What's going on, everybody? Welcome to our UFC 309 watch along here at MMA Junkie. We are the Junkie Radio team. I'm Gorgeous George. That is the Goze. Hello, the Goze.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm excited. I've little by little, as this day has gone by, I've gotten more and more excited about this card.
Did it help that, for one, it is fight day? Two, Jon dissed them with the handshake, and then they started firing at each other. And remember, we said when things can get animated, all of a sudden the interest can rise. I guess for a fan, a typical fan.
No, not really. Normally it does, but in the sense of Jon Jones, unfortunately, a lot of what he does is just so kind of fake that it didn't really do much for me. It's just more, now that we're here, now that you kind of put everything to the side as far as does this fight need to happen, like it's going to happen. There's nothing we can do about it. But now that it is going to happen, yeah, you look at it and you go, at the end of the day, Jon Jones has very little experience at heavyweight. Stipe Miocic, one of the best heavyweights of all time. And granted, he hasn't fought in a long time, but he looked pretty decent. And Jon doesn't really fill into the heavyweight body. So I think, if anything, seeing them face to face, that's kind of what's got me a little bit more excited. Breaking it down in my head, I think it's just going to be a longer fight than what some people think. So I think we're in for a treat.
I think a little bit of the uncertainty as well throughout the last few weeks, months, year, was we weren't even sure if both of these guys would make it to the dance because they're older and they're a little injury prone, not ridiculously injury prone, but still. Jones had the shoulder, and a lot of fighters have taken longer to get back from a shoulder injury. And then Miocic has had, little nicks and bruises along the way. Nothing too ridiculous, but still, between his age, his desire to not really compete more often, I don't know. I just thought at some point, are we all going to wind up with Aspinall and either Jones and Miocic anyway? And therefore, all this other stuff is kind of like a waste of time. But no, as we got closer, as we turned the page on fight week, I started getting pumped, and then the antics got a little bit more, heated with, like I say, Jon dissing the handshake. I think Jon might have manufactured it, or Jon might just be this big dork that gets upset over the stupidest shit, not realizing he does stupid shit that upsets the rest of the world. But the one thing, like, I don't know, I tried hunting around for that quote about the kids, and some of the people I know pointed to a Jackson podcast interview, and it didn't even seem like he was dissing his kids at all. He was just kind of more or less saying, hey, I just want to make sure my kids respect their dad, meaning Miocic, talking about himself.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, like, is he really saying anything wrong? I mean, all of that stuff has happened. It's all out there. He's just pointing it out, And
he's
like
attacking Jon.
Huh?
He's attacking Jon, not Jon's kids.
Yeah.
And Jon tried to frame it in a way where he said, don't talk about my kids, but
he has to do that. He's very fragile, and his ego is like that. That's why with Daniel Cormier, he was constantly looking for angles to kind of, I think there's just something that has to kind of not motivate him, but he just feels like he has to play this role in every fight, and you really don't have to. Maybe that's what he needs to do to get up for fights. Who knows?
I love drama, but only up to a certain point. I love more the X's and O's, the competition itself. And so when it is about that, which is what this is going to be in a few hours, about competition, we got 9 fights headed your ways, and we're going to start soon here with the featured prelims. So we'll get into that, but let me just put a cap on it real quick. It's okay. I was saying I do like drama, but man, like, I guess maybe when you cover an athlete for so long, you kind of just get to know them, and you can kind of see through their bullshit. Whereas they weave through new fans who may not know about old shit. Why you got to bring up old shit? You know what I'm saying? Where we've gotten every bit of Jon Jones. I think we started in the sport before Jon Jones, so we've seen everything. It's all been in front of us, and he's caused mayhem and chaos and disappointments and oh my god. And but that said, I want him to stick around because I enjoy his fights. I enjoy him sticking around. He's historical for sure. Just wish he could have been a better dude, man. But whatever, it's fighting. But he is our Michael Jordan, and Michael Jordan had his vices and all. But at the end of the day, more people talk about what a great athlete he was than all the boneheaded things he did outside competition.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're here. I think now it's more about the actual fight itself, how it's going to play out. There's so many different avenues that this fight can go. Some of them are pretty heartbreaking. If you watched boxing last night, you could very well see something like that, right? Where you watch Mike Tyson, you see him kind of lumbering around, just doesn't have the movements that he used to. Stipe might look like that. We don't know. I mean, not to that
Oh
extent,
God, I
but
hope
but
not.
but you know what I mean? Like it might be one of those where we're reminded, why did they even put this together? Why did they do this? We could get that.
I
Or he could push him. And I think he'll actually push Jon Jones a little bit more. I think it's
yeah.
going to be an interesting fight. I think it's going to be okay. When can you really point to Stipe Miocic and say, look, the guy didn't come in shape. The guy didn't take things serious. He was out partying. Like for the most part, guy gives you an honest camp. So I think we're going to be in for an exciting fight.
Why don't we give our predictions here for Tabora versus Denise, and then we'll keep talking about it because we want to share our wisdom on fight nights with
Mm-hmm.
all of you that are tuning in here to the watch along. We do this for every pay-per-view. And so right now we've had a few results, and I'll go back on those in just a second and update you guys. But next up is Marcin Tabora against Jonata Denise. These are heavyweights, and this will be the first of 4 prelims, which you can catch on ESPN News, channel 307 if you have DirecTV, or ESPN Plus. And remember, the last 5 fights, including the title fight, is a pay-per-view. So if you choose not to get it, we'll be your eyes and ears. We'll tell you exactly what's happening in real time. Here we go. I thought this was only Netflix yesterday, but I'm already getting some buffering. The streaming world goes. I remember when you first brought it up, I thought, Goze is tripping. But boy, does it suck this weekend, the streaming world.
Well, okay, look. Well, for starters, Tabora's minus 105. Denise is minus 115. It's pretty close.
Yep.
It's as close as it gets. I remember, I think earlier, Denise was more of a favorite. So it's gone down a little bit. I just think Taboria is one of those guys that a lot of people don't give a lot of credit for. I think he's a tough out. If this fight hits the ground, I think he's got some advantages there. So I would probably feel comfortable betting him. I don't know where are you at on this? Who makes the final decision, or what are the
You
sharp?
can. You've been way better at this than I have, not just in the junkie picks, but even on these watch alongs. I'm too emotional. I like to go too much with either the old school or the underdog. And so we want to start off with a W. So if that's what you're feeling, Tabor, I'll back you.
Okay, yeah, I kind of like that one. As far as streaming era goes, I've
Are you
never
getting
really
buffering?
liked it. No,
Oh, okay.
no, I've never really liked it, but more so because I'm such a fan of being able to be on your social media at the same time and sharing, enjoying the sport that we all love together with fans. Because let's be honest, when you walk into a bar, there's 10 people there. Maybe there's a couple that know what's going on in MMA, but they don't really know the ins and outs. It's a very hardcore sport. But on social media, you'll find all those people, and there's nothing better than getting a good opinion on a mixed martial arts fight. But when we're all on the same wavelength, that's great. But when we're not, it's torture, man. Last night things were happening. Some people had bad connections, others didn't. Just knowing the result of a fight before it even you see it on your screen, it's so dumb, man. There's got to be a way to fix this.
Yeah,
Because
I'm
it
gonna
really
I'm gonna step I'm gonna step up from my seat and give it a refresh, all right? Because there's no point in me doing watch along if I
go ahead. But yeah, that part is torture. And if you guys did tune in last night, look, the fight before the co-main, boy, were we treated to a very, very good fight with Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano. And even before then, there were a couple decent scraps. But the main event itself, it kind of sucked, man. I'll be honest. Like even watching Mike Tyson walk out again, that was pretty cool. But he just looked so old out there, and the fight itself. I mean, let's be honest. The best strike that Tyson landed all week was the slap at the weigh-ins, right? Like that's about it. You didn't really do too much in that fight. So it was off. We got that sour taste. If you watch Game Bread, even the main event didn't really go down the way they probably wanted with the downed opponent, which I hope we don't see any of that stupid shit tonight. I hope everybody knows the rules really well. So this is what we're hoping fixes things. And so far, this undercard for the UFC has been pretty good, pretty entertaining. People getting thumped though. I don't know how many ambulances they have in that arena, but I hope they got a couple because I know the rule is you cannot have a fight if the ambulance is not there. And sometimes I know George and I have called fights where we've actually had to like buy some time for one of the ambulances to get back to wherever we're at. So good fight so far on a card that a lot of people weren't really too happy about, and especially you see what's going on with Chris Weidman and Eric Anders. That one kind of hurt a little bit too. So we'll see. You better now?
And it's still kind of loading, but
I want to go through a question. Oh,
sure.
Chili Billy in our chat says, "Am I dumb? I got a feeling that Paul Craig catches Bo in something later in the fight. Three-way parlay, $10. Craig with the win over 1.5 rounds, and by sub pays nearly $2K. Look, on this card, if you bet the underdogs, I have a feeling some of them are going to cash. I think something's going to come through. Bo Nickel's just way too high of a favorite. Like he doesn't have the game that represents being that high of a favorite. I think Michael Chandler's got a good shot. I think Stipe's even got a shot. Like I think something's going to come in.
This fight is underway now between Tabora and Denise. And so Denise is wearing the white trunks. Tabora is wearing the black trunks. Looks like Denise has already stunned Tabora, and he's on top right now.
Uh-oh. It's not good.
What's your time right now? I guess we could press the first thing we got to do.
I'm 4:32, 31,
okay.
30.
I'm 12 seconds ahead. Your scared me. Some ground and pound, but now Tabora has actually swept via a leg lock attack. And they're like in a scissor position, but Denise, very athletic, threw a right hand and caught Tabora and then managed to also land on top of him. So he won that scramble. I want to see if I can sync up with you guys because I don't want to.
Denise has exerted a lot of energy so far, but you got to go for it. When you got opportunities like that to possibly finish the fight, you got to take them.
Okay, now I'm at 38, 37, 36, 35. Okay. So, yeah, Denise is still on top of Tabora. And as you can see, folks, all over the world, we all sync up at different times. So if you can sync up with us, I think it would make the most sense. I don't think those 10 seconds are going to cost you. If you're a live better, I get it. I'm not going to give you any heat over that. Live betting sometimes does come down to the seconds, but most of that occurs in between rounds. And I'm a live better. I've been able to get things done regardless of where I'm synced up. Especially here on the ground. I don't know that, when they're standing, I think it's a little more difficult. If you can hit the like button, that would be great. So what happens is when you go on live, YouTube determines, are these two a bunch of jabronis or should we feature them more on the front page? You decide. And so when you hit the like button and subscribe, it triggers the algorithm and it just kind of helps out the reach of this broadcast. And we're going to be with you for the next 5 hours. So it'd be great to, get in front of as many eyeballs as possible, make it more worth all of our times. Also, if you can retweet anything you've seen from us on the social media side or reshare or retruth or DM, whatever, that would be great and helpful. And we would really appreciate it. And right now with 213, 212, 211, 210, Jonata Denise is still on top of Marcin Tabora. I'm sorry. Tabora is now on top of Denise.
He's been on here for a while. He's been landing some short ground and pound. But when the judges see a guy in this position for a very long time, they're going to start scoring it more in his favor, despite some of the things that worked for Denise early on in the round. Now we're looking at 2.5 minutes, I think, of control time. So
that much more than Denise?
He's been on him for a while. Smothering him right now.
I messed up on that scramble. It was Tabora the one that scrambled him.
Yeah.
That was my mistake. Okay. And I actually pointed out who's wearing what color trunks, and then just trying to do too many things at once here as we've just started.
Early on in the scramble, Denise was on top, but he swept him. Going back to
Tabor's going to win the round if it stays like this.
Oh yeah, and I mean, you look at Denise right now, and he just doesn't seem to know what to do to get this guy off of him. In our chat room, Charles84 says Craig also seems kind of chinny as of late, and I don't disagree with that. But he's one of the bigger middleweights. When you see him, you think, damn, how does he make that weight? He's a really, really big dude. I think it's worth taking a shot, Billy, putting some money on him. You just never know where exactly. I think when we look at this kid and we look at all the potential he has, yeah, he can be one of the greats, it seems, but is he there yet? That's what we need to find out. And that's why I kind of wanted to see Bo Nickel fight Chris Weidman, actually. I thought that was more of a favorable matchup for the UFC because they obviously like Bo Nickel, but the round is over. It ended the same way. I mean, with Taboria just smothering him. The question is, can he do it again in round 2?
Paul Craig has beaten some really good fighters.
Yeah.
But
submitted him too.
I talked to him, and this is content that wasn't never published or anything, but I talked to him at the expo, and I told him, look, Paul, we know your ground game's legit, and you've proven it, right? I mean, you're a T-City if you think about it. You've beaten some great fighters. And I asked him about 2 things. One, how do you decide whether you want to go back to light heavyweight, where those are where more of your bigger wins have been?
Mm-hmm.
And 2, why not maybe replicate what Damian Maia did years ago? Damian Maia was also a noted grappler, but he became way more dangerous when he actually learned how to wrestle and became the top game. He improved his top game. So he would wrestle you. He would keep his top position. He would win rounds. He'd win them ugly, but he won a lot. The guy fought for 2 titles, one at welterweight and one at middleweight. And he definitely won more than he lost. He won a lot of bonuses because of his submissions. But he didn't just rely on getting taken down or pulling guard and there's a lot of times when you're on bottom, man, if that guy's got great top game, and I'm not talking about attacking with submissions, I'm talking about elbows and hammers, shit, it's over before you even got started, and he agreed that this was in July. He agreed that it was going to be one of the things he worked on the most was offensive wrestling. Mm-hmm. Now, that said, he's fighting a 3-time national champion, so this might not be the time to exhibit that. But
right. Oof.
I Bo Nickel's obviously improving, I think, in everything. I don't know. I think I want to watch those 2 on the feet and just see who's
going to happen.
Who's improved more there. Because on the ground, yeah, I think it'll be Bo Nickel dominating from the top. I think it'll be kind of boring. Just because Craig does offer something from the back and he's dangerous. I love his intensity, though, Paul Craig.
We're looking like he's kind of tired, but they both land some pretty good shots right here.
Doniz kind of has a little bit, reminds me a little bit of Frank Mir. His body, his hair. his tattoos.
Nice
That was a
takedown.
great takedown by Tabora. He was getting shut down in the first 2 minutes of the fight here. Let's see if he can win the next 3 minutes. This guard is too easy to pass. Denise is on his 10th fight, I believe.
Is he hurt or something? He's complaining to the ref. He's wincing.
Denise is 33 years old, but all of his fights have taken place in the last 2.5 years, and this is his 9th fight.
Did you see Dean Thomas in the back with that Don Ramon hat?
No. Oh, yeah. Only Gilligan hat.
So
Dean Thomas did a good Stephen A. Smith the other day.
yeah, he's pretty good at that.
Dude, he's just holding on. Look at that.
As a mount.
This is where he was at the end of the last round. Derek
He's got
Smith.
a nasty elbow. Oh, here it comes.
I meant to say Derek Lewis.
Oh. The Burrow's just so heavy on top. He's got to keep throwing them elbows, though. When they land, they're hurting them. They're causing damage. You got to find a way to finish this fight, though, because look, I mean, when it's on the feet, it's a different world. He's been taking some shots.
At least regain the half guard.
Oof. This round's a little different because he's been on top almost the entire round. A lot of ground and pound. You never know what judges do, right? Every commission's feels like sometimes it's a little different, but you might be in 10-8 category if you can just.
This looks like a fourth grader beating up on a first grader just out at the schoolyard. Frankly, it's kind of boring. Both guys are like 6'3", 6'4".
Oh,
I'm expecting,
some big elbows from Tabora. Now a cut open on the eye of Denise.
This can be it. This can be over. 13, 12, 10 seconds left. Now he's bloodied. Herb's taking the look. 5 seconds. Can he survive?
Defending.
He might survive. He survived. But he took some vicious elbows that opened up his forehead. Ooh, look at him. He's really messed up. Herb's taking a good look. The doctor's trying to get in there. The cut man needs to block him. Buy him like 10 seconds. Clean him up. Squirt some water on his face. Look at that face. The bridge of the nose is busted up. He's got a bruise right below his left eye. And then he's got some cuts on the forehead as well. Oh.
The cut on the left eye is pretty brutal. It's in a really, really bad spot. I mean,
dude, and his face, his forehead's turning like purple too.
I'll tell you this much. Amanda Serrano would probably tell me, tough it out. Because her cut was a lot worse.
Oh, now there's a mouse on his left cheek as well. And that's growing. But he's shaking his head like, I'm all right. I'm all right. Okay. Doctor's taking a good look. Follow my finger. Seems to be okay. Doctor's conferring with Herb Dean. Doctor doesn't look like he wants him to go out. He waves it off.
Yeah. I think that's a good one, man. He barely made it back to the stool. He's just obliterated right now.
Joe Rogan agrees. I wonder what was said to him, what the exchange was. I would love for Joe Rogan to interview the doctor. Because one thing that we're clear about is, can you see? Yes. You always say yes, even if you can't. If you want to continue, you can say, well, kind of, you know, if you give me a second. No, they want to know at that moment, can you see? So if he said anything about that, if they told him, what's your name? And he didn't even know his name. I mean, I don't know what the concussion series or protocol is, but if they started with just that, like, hey, what's your name? And he didn't even know that, then they might say, oh, this guy's really jacked up. Okay, watch the replay here. Rogan saying, watch when he gets up. And it's true. He looked horrible right here. Okay, here we go. Maybe this is a better angle. Look at him.
Yeah, it's just not safe.
So his bell is rung at that point. But it's no different from when you're standing and you're getting your bell rung, and sometimes you can still come back. But, you know, the way the first two rounds went, I think the third would have been worse.
Mm-hmm.
And one guy was really damaged, and the other guy was just picking it up. So in the end, he probably saved him.
All right, we're 1-0. If you guys want to keep track of our bets, on the top right-hand corner, the left check mark, that has all of our plays. The middle are the odds, and the right is the chat room where you can leave us some messages and chat with us. They're interviewing Taboria right now. I mean, those elbows were so bad.
That was some good ground pound. Oh,
I mean, for one, he's gonna have all those cuts. They're gonna have to be stitched up. But two, like, I think he probably has a broken orbital or something.
all right. Who's up next?
Let's see.
Roberto Romero from Mexico versus David Onama. What part of Mexico is he from?
Chihuahua, I think.
Chihuahua, Mexico. I heard Farah Hanoun and Danny Segura talking about this in the preview show. And Uganda is where Onama is from. The silent assassin. He's 12-12. And he's coming into this fight with a 2-fight win streak. Overall in the UFC, he's a quiet 4-2. No, 3-2. What is he? 3-2 in the UFC. Okay. His opponent hailing from Chihuahua, Mexico. Where is Chihuahua, Mexico? And I guess, is that where the Chihuahua dog originates from?
I would hope so. It would be a hell of a coincidence.
Yeah, he went through Combate Global. So he's debuting tonight against David Onama. Who do you like, Goes? Oh, let's do the odds.
Well,
the odds on this fight are big for Onama. Minus 1,400. Bet MGM. Roberto Romero comes back at plus 800.
I mean, that's just so high. You have to be absolutely devastating to warrant something like that, or you got to be fighting somebody not even close to your level. I mean, I think Onama's gonna win, but that's so much delay. But I don't want to be wrong, so all right, minus 1400. Get a wet towel. A lot of chalk just got thrown everywhere.
Okay, we'll go with Onama to win,
But
but we wouldn't bet him. Let's just be clear about that, right? We think he'll win, but we wouldn't bet him. But we're not going to bet Romero.
right
That's the play. Okay, good enough.
now's the time if you guys are bored, maybe a little retweet or re-X or whatever the hell they call that now. Share on social media. We would very much approve. We would be very thankful. Don't forget our shows, MMA Junkie Radio. That's me and George who host that show, but we also do Spinning Back Click on Monday. And now Overreaction with Simon Samano, which usually drops on Tuesday. Some fun programming out there. If you guys are a fan of this, if you enjoy us, you'll love all the other shows. Do you miss just like either being in the arena or just talking to people, having a beer, pizza, whatever, fight parties?
Yeah.
Somebody brought that up the other day, and I was thinking about how we used to do the old Pride shows. Remember when they'd come on really late, sometimes after a UFC?
Yeah. Don Vito in the chat says, good stoppage by the doctor. And it does appear that way. I would agree. Eric wants to know, why the hell are we on camera?
I don't know, Eric.
It's our watch along, stupid. You're expecting to come on and watch free fights. And let's just say we did. Let's just say we turned the camera on. And I mean, dude, these fights are free. We're not even at the pay-per-view. But let's just say we did. It would get taken down so fast. I mean, that would really be pretty dumb, honestly. So that's why we're not doing it. I'm not saying it's not out there, and I'm not saying that I will judge you if you do it, but it's not here.
Word.
Blade, how long until Jones versus Stipe? All right.
A long
The
time.
main card starts at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. So in 90 minutes. We still got 3 fights before we even get to the main card. Once the main card comes, it's the 5th fight out of 5. And I would say over under is about 9 p.m. Pacific. No, wait. Yeah. 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight Eastern is when Miocic and Jones will do the walk, if I had to guess. What fight are they on? The next one coming up, we just talked about it. Onama versus Romero. It hasn't started. They'll do the walk in about 5 minutes.
If you're
Don Vito says, I ain't gonna lie, watching the Stipe promo has got me thinking he might pull it off. You feeling that, Goze?
a little bit.
Okay.
We spent so much time arguing about whether or not the fight should take place that we do forget this is a proper heavyweight. Now, granted, he hasn't fought in a really long time, but you look at some of the advantages that Jon Jones probably had in that first heavyweight fight with Ciryl Gane. He was just in another world, grappling wise, right? And he used that to his advantage. He won't have that here, although he has been working with terrific grapplers, terrific fighters, really leading up to this. He's just not going to have that type of overwhelming advantage over a guy like Stipe Miocic. Strength wise, they'll probably match up a little better. Striking, he's going to need to watch out a little bit more. So, yeah, I kind of feel that a little bit. I think Stipe is going to make it interesting. I think it's going to possibly go the distance, at least maybe get to the championship rounds.
He does have one hitter quitter power. He's shown it in big fights too.
Goes to the body too.
But he's 42, so we'll see. He just needs to stay off the ground. Stay off the ground, and you have a shot, Stipe. You go to the ground, oh man. Jones is great at the ground and pound, and he's really, really good at submissions as well. So you just gotta, and he's a great kickboxer, man. He's got an 84-inch reach, and he's obviously really, really good with the elbows and the knees and the kicks. Tim Timmy said he was wondering why there ain't chicks on the show. If there was, others would be saying, "What are those chicks doing there? They don't know what they're talking about." You can't win. Honestly, you can't win.
I'd honestly
So
picture somebody named Tim Timmy saying that though, so I'm good with that.
Tim Timmy sounds like a country kid. Tim Timmy.
It's a South Park reference, a character there.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, hey, Timmy.
Okay. Well, he said y'all. That's what threw me off. You guys doing a show on Monday? Yes, we will be doing Spinning Back Click live, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And I've already come up with a rough draft. I know we'll be talking about Jones and Miocic. We'll be talking about Chandler versus Oliveira, what each of these fights did for all four competitors, winners, losers, the division. I can't imagine we won't talk about Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, whatever that was. And there has been some news, a reshuffle, which we'll discuss right now, as we got Onama being prepped in the prep point, and by the time Bruce Buffer calls their names, we got about a minute. So let's talk about that. UFC 310, the headline bout is no longer Bilal Muhammad versus Shavkat Rakhmonov. Bilal Muhammad is injured. He'll be back next year, early. I don't think it'll be too long of a wait. Shavkat Rakhmonov will now fight Ian Gary. That's the co-main event. And upgraded to the main event is Alexander Pantoja versus Kai Asakura. Now, what does that do for Ian Gary versus Joaquin Buckley? They were supposed to headline in Tampa, Florida. Done. Gary's fighting Shavkat, like I said. Stepping in for Ian Gary is Colby Covington. He'll be facing Joaquin Buckley in the main event in Tampa, Florida. So that's some of the latest news. Alexa Grasso injured her leg. She'll be out for a while. And then, I said Alexa, and it triggered the Alexa over here. And then Nick Diaz is out of UFC 310. If you haven't seen the videos, I don't know. I don't know what to say. He's been partying. He's been messing about. I don't know, but he doesn't look right. So he's not fighting Vicente Luque. I don't know who is. Sorry. But yeah, that's some of the latest news, and we'll kind of unpack it and break it down and all that. We do that every week at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific live. Myself, Goze, and some of our colleagues over at MMA Junkie. And for answering that question and being so thorough, how about giving us a like? Also, Goze and I host MMA Junkie Radio, and you can catch it twice a week on the website or at your favorite podcast platforms like Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, Omni. That Spinning Back Click show that I mentioned, if you don't catch it live, it's on YouTube, this channel that you're seeing us on, and it's also available via podcast. All right, here we go. Onama is fighting out of the red corner, and he's got red trunks. Romero, blue corner, green trunks.
Minus 1,400. Onama. That's so much, man.
And that was a nice hook that Romero threw right now. God, these guys are moving a lot more nimble than them two that just humped on the ground for a while before those big elbows. But if you were at a bar, Goze, and these two guys had a problem, and they were going to go out in the back and squash it, and then those other two that just fought, they had a problem, but they were going to go in the front and squash it. I think most of the bar would say, "Let's go see the big dudes," right?
Right.
The big dudes are an attraction in that sense. And that's why they usually get paid bigger money. But watch, these guys, I think, are going to give us a better fight.
For sure. I mean, so far, I didn't expect Romero to be this aggressive in the fight. Onama, you can't just let somebody get off like this. Like, you got to put some kind of resistance.
Somebody in the chat room is going to tell you, man, that's how we get down in Chihuahua, Mexico. You better recognize. Es mejor que tú reconozcas, they're going to tell you. Oh, did you see that kick, the inside leg kick? He turned Onama. Onama looked like a New York Rocket.
Oh. Onama fired back so hard, but one of our favorite teams, Manchester United, their goalies, Onana. was a nice elbow though, and a nice counter there from Romero.
Romero's no joke.
This has got to have a finish, right? You can't
Oh
just keep
yeah.
striking like this. And
One of these guys has a girlfriend or a wife in labor, and they're just trying to fight and get the hell out. Oh, Romero puts him down. He's got 2 minutes left. He attacks the back though, rather than follow up with ground and pound. He's choking, but he's not underneath the chin. But as you recall, Hamza Chimaev's got some types of tricks where he'll crush your jaw. And now, of course, Onama is out of it. So I think Romero made a mistake. He could have followed that up with some ground and pound, I think, rather than attacking the chin. He never really got under the chin, actually. We still got 2 minutes left here in round one, but Romero obviously takes a big lead here. A definitive 10-9 for him so far in this first round. He's the big underdog, folks. He's the one that was plus 600, 650, 700. And what if you're Drake and you go, fuck it, I got $1.4 million. Give me $1.4 million to make $100,000. I'll pay for the club and the dinner tonight. And now he's sweating his $1.4 million. That's what it would take to win $100,000, $1.4 million. Or 140,000 to win 10,000.
Would anybody even take that? Gotta watch that knee.
Onama is choking Romero, but Romero seems to be okay. Rogan was saying it was an anaconda choke. Romero's now attacking the single. Oh, nice uppercut there by Onama. Boy, these guys gained a scrap.
Yeah, they did.
And Romero's got a nice uppercut. This is the second time he's thrown it. The first time he landed it, I couldn't tell by the angle there because Onama was blocking us if he landed that one, but it's nice. The uppercut doesn't get used a lot, or at least I don't see it as much in MMA.
Romero's got some nice hands, dude.
Mm-hmm. Nice knee by Onama. Nice hooks by Onama. And now he's got Romero hurt with 8 seconds left. Can Romero survive? 4 seconds left. Romero seems to be okay. He's up kicking Onama, and Onama can't get another shot in. But unlike Doniz, Romero gets up, and he's got a little bit more swag to him.
If you just tuned in, the way that round ended, don't let it fool you. I mean, I think he still lost the round. I thought Romero did enough.
What's your guys' thoughts on the UFC not letting Aspinall go to the press conference and ceremonial weigh-in? Usually the backup fighter doesn't get too much of a spotlight, but I will say this. I loved the way Alexander Volkanovski played his hand out in Abu Dhabi. If you'll recall, Diego Lopez was the backup fighter, right, for this last big fight between Ilia Topuria and Max Holloway. Diego Lopez was the alternate. He weighed in and everything. They didn't need him because both guys were healthy and they made weight. But who stepped into the octagon? Who made their presence felt? I don't even know if he cleared that through Dana White or anything, but he was right there, man. As soon as that gate was open, he was right there, and he almost forced his way in. Good on Volkanovski to kind of steal the spotlight and steal the shine, because Diego Lopez has been all the rage, man. And so now it looks like it could be Volk next, especially with the UFC going to Sydney, Australia. I think Aspinall should try and do the same thing, the same type of aggression. Make your presence felt. Get out there, get as close as you can to the cage when the fight's over, and see if you can lure the winner to stick around. And if not, to say, I'm retired, well, then cool. I'm now the uncrowned. I'm the undisputed champion. All right, they're back at it right now here between Romero and Onama. Great fight. It's so early, but it's my favorite fight so far of the event.
Romero with a nice jab.
Spinning back kick. by Romero to the body. And a nice leg kick by Romero. It got checked. The defense was great there by Onama. Onama's jab is on point. Too much hunting there from Romero.
Yeah, he's got to slow that down.
Yeah, cut corners, but, don't walk into something either.
And he's pulling back on his strikes now, George.
Huh?
Romero's pulling back on his strikes now. He wasn't doing that earlier, which means he's a little weary of some of the shots he's taken from Onama.
Well, Onama's so hard to fight because he switches his stance a lot, and he's got a nice stinging jab.
How did you score round one?
Oh, man.
I thought Romero did enough early on to keep that round.
Oh, they both got knocked down. Oh, kick to the nuts? No, they shake it off. Okay. It looked like they weren't going to shake it off. Protect yourself at all times, though. Yeah, that's a good question, Goze, because Onama finished on top. He knocked down Romero, right?
Yeah. What are live odds at, George?
Let's see.
That'll usually kind of tell us where we're at here. Nice jabs from Romero. Onama fires back with a
Onama was minus 640 up until half a second ago. Oh, look at Onama and his hooks. Just crushing jaws. Minus 640 for Onama. That means they think he's winning this round. And he won round one. Well, no, I take it back. They got to do some mathematics because Onama was such a big favorite. Hold on a second.
Onama's starting to find his jab.
Romero puts on a pace, though, doesn't he? He just keeps hunting and hunting.
Romero's got a lot of blood coming from the lower top of the cheek under the left eye.
I got to look up on the map and see where Uganda is. I haven't seen a map of Africa. Well, I just saw one hours ago, I should say. I haven't seen one to see where Uganda is, though.
You did?
Because I was looking up Senegal because I was really impressed by the reception by one championship's new heavyweight champion, Rug. He was greeted by a huge mob of people in Senegal. Senegal's on the west coast of Africa. I wasn't looking for Uganda at the time, is what I should have said. So Onama's now on top of Romero with 114, 113, 112, 111, and 110 left here in round two. I don't have any live odds for you guys. Onama's now up to minus 43.65. Romero plus 730.
I don't get that. Like, I understand that he should be high, but you're basically saying you don't really think Romero has that much of a shot. And
well, if they think Onama won round one and he's on his way to winning round two, then yeah, I mean, they want you to lay a lot on Onama. They're tempting you to lay more money on Romero, I guess, dissuading you from putting more on Onama because enough has come in on Onama, I think.
I just don't think what he did at the end of the round was enough to. He took some bad shots, man, early on.
This fight's way better than Tabora and Denise, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whoever went to the back of the bar is fucking having a great time. They can't wait to go back in the bar and order some steaks, so another round of beers, and the ones in front are going, you know what? As soon as the fight's over, let's just get in our car and go home, man.
Now I got steaks, Chipotle on my mind.
All right, let me catch up here on the chat. But guys, I'm answering your questions. Goze is answering your questions in the chat. If you guys can hit the like button, that'd be great. Okay, Tim Tomei, I just want a good old school banger for the main title fight. I'm with you, bud. Not a boring clinching against the cage, constantly looking up at the clock BS. I am with you. We park our cars in the same garage. Don Vito wants to know if we support a Premier League football team. All right, here's your answer. Pay attention to the camera. See that? There you go.
See that? There you go.
Hopefully, Ruben Amorim can change the ways in Manchester United, because while I showed you that banner, I wasn't exactly thumping my chest. It's been rough these last few years. But
I was talking smack to Dakota Ditcheva yesterday.
oh yeah?
Yeah, I had a United jersey on. She popped up.
Don Vito's a Chelsea fan. Drake bet 500K on the Tyson KO. For some reason, that upset Logan Paul. I saw that. Logan Paul was bringing up that Drake bet on Tyson. And one thing I've realized in combat sports is, unless it's your own camp, don't expect much loyalty, man.
Chili Billy says Don Vito is my people. He was also a Chelsea fan. We can't all be perfect. Nice body shots from Onama.
What's that young guy they have? Is it Charlie Campbell? They got a young player that's awesome.
I think what's
nice
really
overhand right there by Romero.
What's helped him turn things around, George Onama, is that jab.
Yeah, that jab.
Firing awesome. Like a piston. He's talking
Hands
smack.
are low, though. Hands are low, and that's what cost him in round one. And remember, this could be 1-1 going into round three. Onama, clearly the better fighter right now. Can't take a chance for having his hands so low. But he's excellent in hand fighting. Oh, what a jab by Romero. Somehow Onama went to the ground. I don't know if he got kicked in the leg or what, but I didn't catch that.
He got kicked in the calf and he went down. He's actually
went down and popped right up.
He's taken a lot of those, actually.
He popped up like Vidal at the All Valley tournament quick. Have we seen Vidal Goze at the on the new series Cobra Kai, which by the way launched the last series of episodes yesterday?
We haven't. He's a little older now.
Oh, it was cool to see Ralph Macchio and William Zabka. For those that don't know, the guy that plays John Lawrence on Cobra Kai, his real name is William Zabka, and he was in a lot of movies in the late 80s and early 90s. And then I don't know if he just went away or he didn't have as much success, but this has really, really brought him back. Both of those guys got a huge pop at AT&T Stadium yesterday at the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight. Right now, Onama's on top with 223, 222, 221, 220 left here in round three. And he's kind of in a mounted position, though. He hasn't cleared the waist. They're kind of both catching their breath here so they can finish strong, but he's got his legs grapevine around Romero. Let's see if we can keep him down there. Now, these guys are going to be a lot faster and squirmier, but Onama looks like he might be able to keep this position here. And now he's grapevined his leg, one of his legs at least, around now both of them. Now he's back to half guard. Romero regained full guard, but there's 142, 41, 40 left here in round three. Onama on top. Let's see if he drops some elbows. Mark Goddard taking a look here. Just at the action. There's no sense of needing to stop the fight. That's not what I meant. Onama with a significant strike advantage of 23-10 in this round. He lost to 39-35 in round one, but won it back 36-26 in round two. Okay, now Onama clears both legs, tries to get on top. He's back into a half guard, but he's still in the top position. Now there's less than a minute left. Romero needs to, at some point, just spring up, and it might cost him taking a shot, but he's not going to win the fight right here laying on his back. And now I'm teeing off a little bit with some ground and pound. Oh, wow. Romero tied up Onama's legs, but Onama was able to spin out of it and get back into his guard. So he's back on top. Now there's 32, 31, and 30 seconds left here in round 3. It could be Romero's just out of steam goes and he just wants to survive, not get knocked out, make it to a decision, and then just obviously he's got his UFC contract, right? He took the fight on late notice.
Mm-hmm. Well,
See right there, he could get up. He could get up. And he doesn't. 10 seconds left here in round 3. Onama's now starting to batter him.
Wow, they're still talking smack.
That's the end of the fight. I think you're ahead of me now, right?
A little bit, it seems like. By like 5 seconds or so.
5?
I think so.
All right, let's catch up on some questions here. They didn't let Aspinall on PC, obviously, because Jones is scared. I don't know why they didn't. I've seen other fighters approach as fans or as media, but that whole thing's been a mess. You got to remember, this is Dana White's baby, trying to preserve this fight for both guys, going against the grain. No one liked it last year. This year, much less, having to wait a whole year, right? And Aspinall's all the range. Now he's had a title defense. So it could be that Dana White just said, look, these guys don't need anything. They're legends. Let them, antagonize each other. We don't need a third party at this point. And I would agree with Dana White there. Let's go, Johnny. That might be a reference to William Zabka. That comes from Ameno Genesis. James Pursuti the third says Cleveland is 1-0. Jake Paul next to Stipe, and the Browns tomorrow, and the Cavs. Wow, okay.
Cavs are on fire, right?
I don't know. Are they?
Yeah, I think they have a pretty good record.
Oh, were they the ones that were like 12-0 at one point?
I think so. Browns, not so
impressive.
Much.
30. All 3 judges at 30-27. Damn. Romero had a nice knockdown, but so did Onama. But Romero also led him in significant strikes. By the way, that was a fucking fun fight. Great fight.
Yeah, great fight. They deserve something for that, especially taking the fight on short notice.
Uganda in the house. You know who else is from Uganda, guys?
Yeah. Former WWE star?
Yeah. Kamala. Yeah. The original Kamala.
The Ugandan giant.
Onama was supposed to fight Lucas Almeida, for those that were wondering. Charlie Campbell's actually the guy that's supposed to fight Mauricio Rufy. But I'm going to look up at this guy that plays for Chelsea, who I think has a similar name. I like him. Looks like they tied Arsenal in their last game. This guy scored like 4 goals in one game in the first half, Goze. It was something crazy. And he plays for the 3 Lions.
National team?
To Mark Montoya.
Matt Hughes. Man, they're really pushing this Fight Pass Invitational.
I'm still looking for that Chelsea player.
Cole Palmer?
Yes, that dude. He's money.
I think this. So on the preview show, I popped on for a little bit. I think this might be fight of the night. But after what I've seen so far, it's gonna be hard to beat.
Manchester City used to have Cole Palmer. They done messed up. He's a Manchester United fan, I heard.
Cole Palmer?
Yeah.
Well, who isn't?
Yeah, it is Cole Palmer. He grew up a Manchester United fan, but he came to Manchester City, and now he plays for Chelsea. I wonder if he would want to come back to Manchester United.
I don't like the Any game makes me laugh so much. He always says some funny stuff.
So this is a late Veterans Day plug, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you guys heard him say I'm the son of a veteran, he's the son of a Navy SEAL too, meaning that's who the veteran is. Like that's a high level and dangerous level of service. It all is, but that's you have to be a pretty special seaman to go through that training in the Navy. All right, next fight on the featured prelims is Jim Miller against Damon Jackson, and the odds on that fight. Damon Jackson minus 250, Jim Miller plus 195.
I'm a big Jim Miller fan, but I do think, but you know what? Fuck, I don't know what to do. I think minus 250 for Damon Jackson's too much. Damon Jackson.
Damn, I wouldn't tell Jim Miller you said that. I'm going to ride with Miller. I think Miller might win and retire. This is real close to home. Andre Arlovsky can't hunt down his records anymore because remember Arlovsky was trailing him?
But he's trailing him by like a decent chunk, no?
Oh, no. No, it was close. He was close on a few things.
Like that.
Well, I'll look it up in just a second.
4?
But Andre Arlovsky is no longer with the UFC. The only one that could threaten Jim Miller that I've seen is Charles Oliveira. Has age on his side. He's really good, and he's already racked up some decent numbers.
I'm just tired of overlooking Damon Jackson. He's a tough out. When he gets KO'd, he gets KO'd pretty bad, but I just don't know that Jim has that. Love this walkout, though.
Crowd pop. They love it. A good song is key, man. That's the Clearwater Revival, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he does battle Lyme disease. They're saying he's never had a significant injury. This is true. Okay, as far as records go, no, I picked the wrong link. Jim Miller has 44 wins. No, fights. I'm sorry, fights. And Andre Arlovski has 42. But again, Arlovski can't catch him because he's no longer with UFC. They didn't re-sign him. Cerrone's retired. Guida's at 36, so that's still 8 fights away, and I don't know if Guida can hang around that long. Dos Anjos, yeah, 36. Stevens is gone at 34. Magny's wrapping up. He's at 34. Maya's retired. Oliveira's at 33, though.
Many.
And Oliveira's still early 30s, I think. As far as wins, Miller has 26. Arlovski with 23. Oliveira has 22. I definitely think that if Miller were to retire today, Charles Oliveira could rack up 4 more wins. Now, Dustin Poirier also has 22 wins, but he's already said, I got 1 or 2 left, max. Speaking of Max Holloway's got 22 wins. He's fairly young. And Jon Jones has 21 wins. He's young for heavyweight, but it really sounds like he wants to be done with the sport. In the chat, let's see here.
You think this is the last time we see Jim Miller then, huh?
I could see that.
Win or lose?
If he viciously gets KO'd, yes. But if he competes and it's a split decision, I could see him saying, no, I'm still good. Cavaliers are 14-0, man. Who the hell's on their team? Celtics are 10-3. I think the Browns play the Chargers tomorrow, right?
I don't know.
Oh, they're at the Saints, but they're 2-7, and a lot of the sharps are on the Browns to beat the Saints. Saints are 3-7.
Oof.
Oh, I forgot the lineup. Okay, hold on a second here. I'll do it in between rounds. Can you tell me what the clock is for you?
440, 39, 38,
Okay.
37. I think this is exactly the type of fight Jackson has to fight to win. Keep him at a distance, stay low, pop that jab.
Miller can wrestle, and Miller can submit you. Look like Jackson wanted to go for a single leg. What is Jackson on his way to doing with that tattoo he started?
The one on his ribs?
The one on his back.
I don't think that's a tattoo. I think is it? I thought it was the tape.
Oh, is it? Sometimes these guys are like mid-tattoo.
I don't know. I'm not much of a tattoo guy, so maybe I got that wrong. But Jackson's got a little bit of blood on the bridge of
Juliet,
his
is
nose.
that the beginning of a tattoo on the guy in the Blues back? Or is that just that athletic tape, maybe? Something to do with his spine or the muscles? I just thought it was a tattoo he started, and it's obviously that's not the final product, but maybe he's gonna do something with that. Who knows? But Goze says it might just be the medical tape. I've never seen medical tape align a spine like that.
I wouldn't have too much confidence in my tattoo artist if that's all he pulled off on one day
Mm.
and said, you know what, I'm a little gassed. Oh, Jim Miller goes for a guillotine. I think he's deep, dude. He got him.
Goze ruined it for me, but it's okay. It's my fault. And I bet the submission goes. How about that?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Called it all day, Jim Miller. Submission.
Yeah, right. You turned your back on Jim Miller.
I didn't turn my back on it, but
Yeah, you went with Jackson. I go, ooh, Jim Miller's not going to like that.
Nah, I said I bet a Jackson on Jim Miller.
Yeah. Hey, Goze, should he retire?
Jim Miller?
Or did he just prove he can still compete? Because Damon Jackson's not the elite of 55 either, but that's a first round finish for the guy. I hope they give him 50 grand.
Should he retire? If he's still got it, I'd keep going. So it's more the training camp for that guy.
I'll get you more. Great job,
well,
Jim Miller.
It's on you. You're gonna have to make the next play.
So you meant to say you're putting an Andrew Jackson on Jim Miller, not taking Damon Jackson.
That's what I meant to say.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's what I said, but
Jonathan Martinez against Marcus McGee. All right.
Good luck.
That's
with that.
basically a coin flip. I'm gonna go with Martinez and his leg kicks. So Jim Miller will now have, that was his 45th fight, and this will be his 27th win. And Goze, this is Jim Miller's 19th finish. He's behind Charles Oliveira by 1. Charles Oliveira has 20.
Nice. But he's a beast. I think it's gonna be a fun fight. I like Martinez too, though. Maybe a little bit of a homer pick.
Here's the results from earlier today. I don't even know that we've gotten to any of these. Eric Anders, by the way, is not fighting Chris Weidman tonight. For those that don't know, Eric Anders became ill, so that fight's off. We're disappointed just as you are, if you're just hearing that. Eduarda Mora beat Veronica Hardy pretty decisively, honestly. And Oban Elliott brutally finished Basil Hafez. I think he knocked him out twice, honestly. They were a little late there on the stoppage. Ramiz Brahimaj defeated Mickey Gall. That was a first round stoppage. And then we've been with you since the Tabora fight, and now this is the Jim Miller stoppage over Damon Jackson. Looks like Damon Jackson might be calling it, Goze.
Possibly, yeah.
Miller's gloves aren't coming off.
Or he could be saying, man, I fucking hate these gloves. Why'd they switch back?
It could. I've heard two versions of the gloves too, and I'll tell you guys about the gloves in just a second. Yeah, Damon Jackson's leaving them.
Did you hear about that, George?
No.
Some dude, man, that had a squirrel on Instagram. I think his name was Peanut. And some Karen probably called in, and because they're illegal to keep his pets.
Mm.
They euthanized him. They took away the squirrel from him, and
That sucks. I heard he had him for years too, right?
yeah.
It wasn't some just hasty decision. He brought him home or nothing. Now,
Maybe it is a tattoo.
okay, he goes here. He grabs it. I mean, he's got clean jiu-jitsu goes. He's had a lot of finishes. And he, obviously is a wrestler, but he's a legit black belt, and he's had a lot of submissions along the way. He's real good at back takes, but this doesn't shock me one bit. That's why I bet him. Look, he says tread left on the tires. Oh, he says he might go all the way for 50 fights. Thank you. He says, I'm not even in the top 10 for decision wins. That's because he's a finisher. Goes that, we've been saying is Jim Miller Hall of Famer for about 2-3 years now. He might have cemented it, right?
I mean, he's something, right? He's not a scrub.
And he beat Donald Cerrone. And Donald Cerrone is always like that low bar. I know that sounds terrible. Thank you so much. I don't mean it that way, but meaning, he's, I don't know if it's least deserving or if he's the one that people say, should not have made it. Whatever. You guys know what I'm saying. And this guy owns a win over him. So that, along with these records I just explained, the one thing you can say about Cowboy is Cowboy was a brand. He definitely had more main events. He fought for a title. I don't think Miller has. So he did accomplish a few things that Jim Miller did. I think a lot of it had to do with that being, him being popular. Now, did he catch Cowboy at the tail end? Possibly, but a win is a win. But to have these kind of records and longevity, there's got to be something to that as well, Goes.
Yeah, but it's other sports like the Hall of Fames and other. And I mean, every guy is a monster, dude. All of them, they're all monsters. In MMA, we tend to just want to go, oh, this guy's a nice guy, or this guy did something. I don't know. Hall of Fame should be reserved for greatness, not people who were just tough, right?
Oh no, I think there's something great about being in the sport for so long and being so good at it. This guy started at UFC 89, they said, and he's still here. When was UFC 89? Let me check.
But see, that's more like give him the Iron Man award or something like that. It's nothing against him. I'm just saying it's more against the way the Hall of Fame is viewed in MMA. It needs to change a little bit.
'89 was 2008. Holy cow. 16 years. Who's he beating? Okay. These aren't the great ones, but these are respected fighters. Mac Danzig, Dwayne Ludwig. I remember Mark Bocek was tough at one point. Here's a good one for him, Goes. Charles Oliveira. He submitted Charles Oliveira. Melvin Goulart. Joe Lazon. Danny Castillo, Cienci Maderos, Takanari Gomi, Joe Lazon, Thiago Alves, Clay Guida, Donald Cerrone. I don't know. I'd put him in.
Only one of those is the Hall of Famer, right? And it's literally the one
Oliveira
that
will be
called
one.
out for being a Hall of Famer.
Oliveira will be one, though. I would put him in because, like you said, in other Hall of Fames, that was the key part. This Hall of Fame is a little different. I just go by what I've seen. And I think he's had a better career than Cerrone. Athletic-wise, Cerrone was more popular. I'll give him that. More people cared about his fights than Miller's. I'll give him that. But I think Miller, even though he didn't fight for a title, everything else he's done kind of makes up for that, including the win over Cerrone. Now, it was Cerrone's last fight, past his prime Cerrone. I think even Miller would say that. So, my opinion. Did we already do the next fight? Yeah, we're going with Martinez, right?
Yeah.
Hey, chat room, would you put Jim Miller in the Hall of Fame? That's my question to you. Turn your camera towards the fights, please. I mean, I wish I could, but
Chiefs fan says I would, but I'm old and sentimental.
Oliveira said Oliveira should win tonight in this rematch, according to the MMA boss. Jacob Miller says, what time is Chandler? If I had to guess, Chandler will fight at 8:40. Give or take 10 minutes. It all depends. If some of the fights end earlier, then they push it up. If they go to a decision, then it's usually 30 minutes per fight. And they don't start till about 7:15, honestly. Pacific time. Hear me out. Miller versus Ferguson. Is it just me, or is there
You're gonna keep
longer
him
gaps
around.
between fights this pay-per-view? They usually never have so many promos. Well, this is just the prelims, so we're not at the pay-per-view portion yet. But if you mean a numbered event, I see it as the same pace. It's 30 minutes per
Well,
fight. That's why we start at 8 Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, and the main card is at 10 Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. So those first 2 hours are 4 fights, about 30 minutes each. And then the rest of the show is usually about a 2.5 to 3 hour show. So I
I
don't
would
know that
say
dragging.
early on, because they lost the Weidman fight, they were kind of making up for time. But it depends. Feels about normal.
Chandler, I know he catches a lot of heat because he's 2-3 since being in the UFC. But he hurt Oliveira. He almost beat him. He would have been the world champ.
Mm-hmm.
And then against Goze, he also hurt Goze. Goze won, though. Fair and square. But against Poirier, it was 1-1 going into the third round, and he managed to get the takedown. And if he hadn't have been so aggressive and overcommitted on the takedown, which, by the way, Poirier read perfectly and then swept him, he might have been able to do what he did at the end of the second round when he got the takedown. And I mean, you never know. He might have won that fight. It's a game of inches. And I know we say that in many sports, but literally in this one, Chandler's had some moments. I'm not trying to sound like a Chandler cheerleader. I'm just trying to say he is exciting. I know he's not everyone's cup of tea, but he is exciting. And he does pack power in his right hand. Now, sometimes he has low fight IQ, like against Goze. I didn't like it. He was too concerned with, I think he just got hurt and damaged, and every game plan went out the window. But against Poirier, I thought he was a little bit more grounded, sticking to the game plan, implementing his wrestling, still mixing up the hands. But like I say, he just overcommitted too much. I just got stifled again on my buffering goes.
Again?
Man,
Man.
I'm gonna shut some windows.
I think Chili
I'm back.
Billionaire Chat says 15 fight bonuses and the longevity get him in there without a title, I think. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Michael Chandler, he's just, I don't even want to call it bad fight IQ because he's a smart dude. I think he knows I think he just doesn't care. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Fights with too much bravado sometimes.
Stephen Wonderboy Thompson was going to go on a
Military trip.
military trip with us. So was Juliana Pena, and he wasn't able to because he had to take a fight. So Colby Covington steps up, and he went. And Colby was in awe of the military installations we were in. We had long conversations on that trip. But I think that's when he got a lot of ideas to become Colby Chaos Covington, like the guy that he is now. Around that time goes, because then he goes to Brazil and acted a fool, remember?
Yeah.
But he was really committed to wanting to bring that belt back to Trump because Trump was the president back then. And he was being threatened with possibly not being re-signed. We said, well, they can't cut you if you have a title, but at the same time, he knew Dana White thought a lot about Trump too. In fact, the day that he brought the belt to Trump, Dana was there. I don't know if Dana personally likes him or not, because remember one time Colby stalked him at the Palms trying to get a title shot or something like that. He didn't like getting rushed like that. Didn't we send him to do that as well?
I don't know.
I think we told him, hey, he's going to be there. Why don't you just rush him or something? And he did, and he got in a little bit of trouble.
I laughed so hard on that trip that we went to this paratrooper building, and they let us put on these goggles, these like virtual reality, and then you were basically parachuting. So you were like in a bungee thing, and there was a big screen so you could see people could see where you were like parachuting down. You had to kind of hit a mark. And so as bless you, as Paul Felder's parachuting, he's just like nowhere near where he's got to land, and Colby Covington's yelling at him like, nah, you gotta go left, you gotta do this. I think he ended up in like power lines or some shit. When he took off his goggles, I'll never forget. He goes, do you fucking think I do this all the time? Because I have no idea what I'm doing. And he was kind of dizzy too from it, which we all found out it does kind of mess you up a little bit. And to be fair, Colby Covington had to drive a tank, or I don't remember what, but he crashed it pretty bad. That was a fun trip.
Not for me.
Not for you, yeah. What happened to you? Sneeze all over yourself or what?
I thought I was going to have to sneeze again, so I was looking for a tissue.
Every time I hold back a sneeze, Laura makes fun of me. She says I make a dumb face. I'll take dumb face over. When I sneeze, it's bad.
Me too. I just realized it's a birthday of an aunt of ours.
Yeah.
You know who I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Well, technically she's a cousin, right?
In South America, I think they go by generation, so I think she's an aunt. Here, yeah, cousin.
Because she calls me cuz.
It benefits them. But the ladies don't like to feel old.
Maybe this guy's onto something. This does feel like there's been a long wait.
It's not. It's the typical format. They start at 5 p.m. Pacific, 4 fights, maybe early on.
Well, it was an early submission too, right? So yeah, they're
yeah.
Okay.
Let's look at these fights. Look, like I say, they budget 30 minutes. By the way, Damon Jackson was asked, would you like an interview? And he respectfully declined. So I think Rogan would have said, hey, thanks for the memories. Be proud of what you did, or whatever. Let's see. The Mora fight went to a decision. So everything's going according to plan. Obon Elliott won in the third round. That's almost like going to a decision. It was early third round, but still. And then Ramiz Brahimaj, he won in the first round. So before him to Tabora, if it was any time between 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, they had to fill all that time before they could get there and start with those featured prelims. Because those were on ESPN News. And now they're gonna stall. No, actually, they're gonna go to the cage pretty soon. But this one ended quick. The first fight ended in the second round. The Onama fight went the distance. Jim Miller did quick work, so that's why they've had to fill in this time here. But now this fight will start. Here's where they're playing with fire. Whoever's wondering this, they want to start the pay-per-view on time at 7 Pacific, 10 Eastern. But if Martinez and McGee go the distance and there's a timeout due to a low blow or an unintentional clash of heads or something like that, and they start pushing it past that time, it's not good. It's not the end of the world because ESPN does their own pay-per-views now. But when they had to answer to, what was it called? In Demand, DirecTV, Dish Network, all those other companies, they had a strict 3-hour window. And if you went past the 3 hours, they could receive a fine. That's why we used to have what's called a swing bout. The swing bout was the second fight on the card, where if the first one went really long, the swing bout would be sacrificed and everything else would be moved up. But that hasn't been in play for years now. We still call it the swing bout. On the 5 fights of the main card, you got the opening bout, the swing bout, the featured bout, the co-main, and the main. Unless it's a 6-fight main card, but that happens, but it's not often. All right, let's go Martinez. They're going to start at 6:34 about Pacific. So they got 25 minutes to get this thing done. 15 minutes of fighting. If it goes the distance, 2 minutes in between each round. And the time they take to deliver the news and go to Rogan. Now, one of these guys might cost themselves interview time if it goes to a decision. That time's valuable, like I say. If it's boring, they won't interview them. But if it's exciting, they'll do it as long as they're not up against the clock. I know I just threw a lot at you guys. If you have questions, I'll clarify them there on the you ask. I like Miller versus Ferguson. What'd you think of that? Someone mentioned that goes Jim Miller versus Tony Ferguson. You like that?
Yeah,
I do.
I mean, it's not going to prove anything, but it makes sense. It would be interesting to watch as well. What are they doing? They're cutting his toenails or what?
See all those guys standing there? Looks like the president's going to be there, or the future president. There was a lot of men in suits with earpieces, and they're facing the crowd. So I bet you Donald Trump is going to show up, and they obviously have to protect them.
Marcus McGee can be a bad man, dude. I wouldn't even throw a leg kick if I were him to remind Martinez he's got to throw his. Are you synced up, George?
No.
I'm at 22, 21, 20. 19.
Somehow. Oh, because mine lagged a few times, remember?
Yeah. There's that leg kick from Martinez.
I'll have to do it in between rounds. Jesus. McGee and that kick. It was the lead leg, and he still got it up there fast.
That's what McGee's got to do. He's got to pressure, get inside, and throw those bombs. Jonathan Martinez kind of allowed him to do that a couple times here. Jonathan's got to do the opposite. He's got to keep him away.
Has Martinez not fought since the Jose Aldo fight?
Possibly. Man, McGee just stares him down. He hasn't even blinked. I think some of the stuff that Martinez talked about when he fought Jose Aldo, just not being able to get off, not letting his game go. He's having that problem again here a little bit. I think he's got to be more active. McGee's done
Like
a
a
good
mental
job so
block.
far. Maybe, yeah. He's just not throwing enough. McGee is taking advantage of it.
Well, this McGee guy's fast, bro. But what's Martinez waiting for?
I don't know. McGee's literally hit him with everything. He's got a really nice balanced attack right now.
Onama and Romero might as well go shower because this fight ain't gonna threaten them for fight of the night.
Yeah.
At least not from the Martinez end of things.
Nice leg kick from McGee. Martinez is not throwing.
Nothing. Is this the open workouts from McGee?
Martinez throwing a lazy jab. That's about it. He's backing him up. Straight left hand from Martinez, I think, would land right now. That defense is just a little wide open, a little too wide in that stance.
Too many kicks, not enough punches. And Dean Thomas just let him have it, too. The inactivity is just glaring. DC just pointed out the one good thing he does is he does keep his hands up, so he hasn't really gotten clocked, but still, you're just going to give a round away, you know? I mean, I wish someone in the crowd with a big booming voice said, "Que esperas, pendejo?" All right, there's a nice overhand left. Didn't really land flush or nothing, but
It's a clear round for McGee, right?
oh yeah. All right, so let me see if I can get back in here. ESPN Plus. More than likely, when I come back, I'll be ahead, and then I'll try and pause my way to get to you.
You back yet or no?
Not yet.
Here we go, round 2. Head kick glancing from McGee. Martinez throws another leg kick, misses. McGee fires back with a 1-2. It's blocked though.
All right. Will you tell me where your clock is at?
33, 32, 31, 30,
Okay.
29.
I'm 15 seconds ahead of you. Can you believe that?
Some people seems like they're having problems with this stream now.
Here goes. I'm at 357,
ESPN.
56, 55, 54, 53,
I'm like
52,
I'm
51.
1.5 seconds ahead of you.
Damn it. Close enough. All right, here we go. Boy, I'll tell you what, when I saw these two names pop up, I go, okay, this one's going to be good.
Yeah.
In fact, the UFC put them in this position because this is one of the last chances they have to sell the pay-per-view, right? A lot of people just don't get the pay-per-view. But if this fight is money, if they go at it, someone's having drinks or they're on the fence and they go, all right, you want to split it? Yeah, let's do it. Fuck it. You know, they usually like to put on those appetizer type of fights. This is supposed to be that, but one party's not playing. Martinez just isn't playing here.
Martinez just threw a bomb, but he whiffed. I think he needs to go straight down the middle on McGee, but he's just not firing enough.
He's a really shy kid too. When we've had him on, spinning back fist there, blocked by McGee. I would start with the basics: jab, cross, hooks, and get those leg kicks going. He did more of them in the first round. Nice jab there by Martinez. There's a nice leg kick. McGee throws one of his own. Good jab by McGee.
If it seems like we're being harsh on Martinez, it's just because we think he's a good fighter. Like, he's better than this. He's just not firing.
Well, that, and he's coming off a dud in which he confessed to us that he was caught like a deer in headlights because of the aura of Jose Aldo. He paid him too much respect. He just never got going. And obviously that's called like a learning lesson, we'll say, right? But here he is kind of, doing the same thing a little bit. It's not like he got outclassed in round one. It's just he did so little that the little McGee did was enough to get him the 10-9. 139, 38, 37, 36, 35 here in round two. McGee and Martinez, bantamweights competing here in the last of the prelims before we get to the main card. You got a decision to make, however. Main card is $80 for those of you in the United States. I'm sure there's other parts in the world that charge for this pay-per-view. Some parts they don't. Congrats to you. If you choose not to get it, we will tell you what's happening in real time. We'll be your eyes and ears for the fights on the main card.
Martinez is a little bit more active now. He's pressing McGee back, but McGee kind of hits him with the jab every time he does that.
Oh, good elbow though from Martinez.
It also feels like he's kind of waking McGee up.
Great kick there by McGee on the outside. But it's still, even though Martinez has woken up and thrown some strike, it's still not enough. Look, the significant strike count. 27-5 in round one for McGee. 35-13 here in round two. So Martinez is probably going to triple his output, but the other guy's still way ahead. You got to feed the judges info, right? Data.
Yeah.
So that they can go, oh, you get the 10-9, and he's not really doing enough.
Ooh,
great leg kick by Martinez. But it's not going to show up on the scorecards. He's down 2-0.
He did better in that round, but not good enough.
Marcus McGee minus 2135. Jonathan Martinez plus 620. That sounds about right. Dana also doesn't like Colby because he said he would hit Dana in the head with the belt if he doesn't allow Trump to wrap it around him. I vaguely remember that, but I don't think that's the reason Dana would like. I think Dana just didn't like that he wasn't much of an exciting fighter, honestly. Greetings from Cape Town. Hello, Clint Borez. You guys got yourself a hell of a champion out in South Africa. Dricus du Plessis has grown on me, man. When he fought Brad Tavares, I thought he was losing going into round 3, and he was huffing and puffing. I thought he was cooked. That was one of the closest fights he's ever had. And since then, he's become a world champion and has a title defense.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Rogan's noting that last leg kick that Martinez threw that landed right on McGee's leg, he said it caused McGee to limp back to his corner. And I'm looking at McGee's right leg goes, and it's kind of shaky.
Yeah, it's he's losing balance on it.
He must have caught some nerves. I wish Martinez would go back to it, but McGee switches stance so much. Just right here, you can see as he backs up, he's switching his stance. Oh, there's another one. Oh, he misses with that one. McGee returns the favor. McGee with a 1-2, 2 shots to the body and a teep kick right to the belly. Great job by McGee after that. That speed is incredible. Martinez has 343, 342, 341, 340 to get going here. He needs a finish. One way to get the finish is maybe through the legs because it has hurt McGee. And he just doesn't throw enough hands to really get it done there.
Mm-hmm.
Another nice, like he's really hurting. There it is. What did I say? There's the path to that possible win. And now McGee has switched his stance. Very smart for him to do that. Will that be enough though? He's not going to show him that side of the leg. He does it, but only momentarily. What can Martinez do to get there?
Well, for one, he could start kicking the other leg, right? I mean, that's not going to be a picnic either.
That's true.
Or you could fake, go up high.
I think he should disengage. This isn't going to win the fight.
Yeah. This is a waste of time.
John Annex is the same thing. They're so close that Jonathan Martinez can probably hear the feedback right now. Joe Rogan said, this guy's having a hard time moving. Why would you clinch him?
Inside elbow would be nice right now. But you got to get out of there.
Oh my God, this is so frustrating to watch. I'm telling you, our sport has a lot of low IQ. There you go. And there's a kick. Kick the other leg. Make that one hurt.
He can barely put pressure on it. Whoa, another one. When he compensates for that, when he jumps like that, he can really hurt his leg, man. Like, I don't know if I'd do that. Now he's kicking the other leg. McGee's landing good shots, though. Nice right hand over the top. Little over a minute left in round 3. 2 rounds have gone to McGee, unless the world's worst judges showed up tonight. But he's limping around on one leg right now. Jonathan Martinez knows it. Let's see if he takes advantage.
The only thing Martinez should do is just kick. Why he's not kicking right now, I don't know what's wrong with him.
I think
Since I said it, he should have kicked again. Right now, he should have kicked again. And if he's so worried about his legs, maybe try going up high. Break his forearm. I don't know. Kick.
He needs to fake.
Hands ain't getting it done.
He needs to fake with the leg kick and either go up top or come in with a straight left.
Martinez got a nice right in. Another one. He's running out of time, though. Oh, my gosh. Too late.
He thinks he won.
Wow, frustrating, man. He had a path to winning. He looked good with the kicks in the first part of round 1, and then he just all of a sudden shut everything down. He gives away that round, gives away most of the round 2, and then he wakes up in round 3 with a strength of his. Actually, at the end of round 2 is when he landed that one kick, man, where he just kind of turned his whole hip and dug the shin in. But he just couldn't get going. And the guy in front of him was obviously compromised. I don't know. You all right?
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, we're about to get the judge's decision here. Jonathan Martinez looks a little dejected. I think he knows he's going to lose.
Bruce just tapped Herb on the side of the fighter that's going to win because he didn't get close enough to tell him who won. I don't like that.
Me neither. Herb probably had every right to go, I know, fool. This was a pretty obvious decision.
And look, it was 29-28. That means Jonathan Martinez won round 3. If he had just done a little bit more in round 1 other than to just give it away, who knows how this fight would have went. He's giving praise to Martinez and his leg kicks. All right,
He's 34?
Huh?
He's 34 years old?
Who?
Marcus
McGee? Let me confirm that. I know he's 10-1 now.
Well, I mean,
he
he
is
just
34. Yeah. He started as a pro fighter in 2020. He got a late start.
You see Deontay Wilder at a lot of stuff.
Oh, Deontay Wilder. I told you.
Elon's back there too.
He's been jocking Trump ever since he won.
Yeah.
There's the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson behind Trump. The two guys on the side, I think, are Secret Service. So you got the newly elected president, Dana White, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. For those that don't know, I'm not trying to give a history lesson here, a political lesson, but after the president and the vice president, the Speaker of the House is the third most powerful person. They can take control of the country if something were to happen to the other two. And then, yeah, Elon Musk is behind them. And I can't, usually isn't there the
Kid Rock's there.
Good Rock? Was that some Fertitta brothers back there? I think I see one of them.
Oh, he's coming into the broadcast team. I don't know what Joe's thanking him for. He needs to thank Joe.
I think that's what he's doing.
We have no broadcast team right now because all of them have their mics off.
Mm-hmm. I didn't see a Kid Rock. Did you?
Yeah. Said Kid Rock, right?
Kid Rock. Yeah, I didn't see him.
Yeah. He was to the right. He's right there. Look, he's got the
There's
hat on.
Hunter Campbell. Oh, there he is. Was he already there?
No, he walked with him. You actually said his name.
Oh, okay. There's RFK Jr. So he's the nephew of one of our presidents, John Kennedy, not Robert Kennedy. Robert Kennedy wasn't a president. John Kennedy was. He was the one that got assassinated in Dallas, Texas. And then I can't make out who else was part of that walk-in. All right. What's the first fight goes? Let's get that one out of the way.
Where are we at?
Mauricio Rufy against James on top. And Ruffy is part of the Fighting Nerds team that's been on fire lately.
Yeah.
10-1 out of Brazil. And then as for James, Yon Top, I know that sounds like what do we call it? I guess a white last name, maybe a Caucasian last name, or maybe even could even be Thai or something. I don't know. He's Peruvian.
Mm-hmm. I think you made the last one, right? You went with Martinez. So I'm gonna go Rufy. It's not man, I'm bashing everyone tonight, but he's minus 1,000. I still feel like that's a little too much as well, but I think he's gonna win the fight. All right, so we got to switch over to the pay-per-view now.
Oh yeah, let me sync up again. So, well, we'll sync up when we get there. All right, I'll see you there. ESPN Plus.
Oh, you don't got to do all that.
Yeah, because wasn't I on prelims?
Yeah, you just hit back.
Oh, is that what it is? Never works for me. No, I'm on another fight now. ESPN Plus. That'll allow us to sync up and everything.
They usually start right at 7, but still got the graphic.
I'm having trouble here. ESPN Plus.
Pay-per-view time.
All right, who'd you take, Goze?
I took Rufy.
Okay, yeah, he was minus 1,000. Yon Top plus 625. And I already wished our aunt a happy birthday.
Metallica.
Do you want buffalo or garlic, Parmesan garlic, boneless chicken wings, or half and half?
I don't like the buffalo. So just one Parmesan chicken. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Because I had a late lunch. So thank you. Okay. So now I'm finding the main card.
Man, you do all the intros like this.
What am I missing? I'll probably be ahead of you when I do click in here.
Have you ever been inside Madison Square Garden? I know we've been outside of it.
No.
What'd you think of Jon Jones' physique?
They said he came thinner and leaner, but he still looks soft to me. He didn't look like he's got that heavyweight frame, so I don't know, but that counts mostly. Oh, thank you so much. If he locks up with him or anything like that. But he is strong, man. I'll give that to Jon. He is strong.
Or Michael Chandler. I'm glad to see him fighting at least. That payday is going to be a lot smaller than what he thought.
Who?
Michael Chandler.
What you mean?
Well, a payday that you expect to fight Conor McGregor versus one that you get.
Oh, yeah.
Oliveira is going to be massively smaller, but
the good thing is that every time McGregor's asked, who will it be when you come back? Because I think he's acknowledged he's not going to walk into a title shot, even though he is the great Conor McGregor, the incomparable Conor McGregor. He's just been gone too long. He's had more losses than wins. He does still say Chandler's name, and I would have thought at some point once Chandler moved on from him, McGregor kind of would have big leagued him and said, it was never going to be you anyway, kid, or whatever, and throw out Diaz or Poirier or just someone else. But to McGregor's credit, he's still kind of set. But McGregor looks like he's out there, Goze.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like he doesn't really know too much of what's going on, and sometimes I get the feeling that McGregor feels like when I come back, they'll do what they're told, meaning the UFC, and the UFC's not. You see, they're giving Jon Jones a hard time. They're saying, "I know you want Aspinall. Sorry, I know you want Pereira, but you don't even get him unless you go through Aspinall."
Yeah. I'll be right back, George. Hold on the fort for a sec.
All right. Yeah. Billy, I don't have time to type you back, so I'm just going to talk to you here. What you can do is, since fights are staggered, if you're not able to parlay what you want, you take what you would have played and do it by fight. It's just that you shove all the chips in on each fight. And in the end, I don't know if it winds up being the same, but I think it comes up pretty close. Where this wouldn't help you is like in the NFL, if you want to parlay, a lot of the games kick off at the same time, so you can't stagger them, right? Unless you did the morning game, the afternoon game, or the night game. But here in MMA, you can. You have time in between fights. So that's another way to do it when you want to parlay, but your site won't let you. All right. Let's go back to the chat room here. What's in the chat? Did they really need to make a Trump promo? Well, you're asking the wrong guy, Don Vito, and I'll tell you why. I'm not his biggest fan. But I'm accepting of in the United States, we have elections, and whatever America votes for, we accept. At least I accept. And he loves MMA, so that's good. He's been, to shows pre being a president, as president, when he wasn't president, and now soon to be president. So he's proven that. Him and Dana White do seem to have a close friendship. And obviously, being on Rogan's podcast and a few of the other podcasts from people that are in that MMA sphere, comedians and athletes, definitely did help him win over a vote, right? So I think that's why he had that long embrace with Joe Rogan. He probably owes a lot to him for his reach and his network of friends, or who knows what. Because the other times I've seen him shake hands and everything, but they went out of their way there with him spending time. The guys took off their headsets and everything. So putting that bias aside, is there room for all this, man? He's always loved the limelight, so he's not going to turn it away. But for example, if you watch the FA Cup, which it sounds like you do, you'll see now the king, right? Used to be the queen, or maybe the prince. They'll be up there and they'll kind of give a wave, and then that's it, for their role. But this is just something different, and I don't know. I think Dana likes it, and he calls the shots. Dana likes it, Trump loves it, and half the arena likes it, or maybe more of the arena. I personally think our sport has probably more fans that lean right than left. But I'm just talking about the United States. It's kind of split into two, right? So, I don't know. It was done and over in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and that'll be that. But others share your same sentiments is the best way I can put it. Now, if you had voted for him, or if you were a fan of his, you might love it to death. So there's also that to take into consideration. There's, I may not necessarily be a fan of all that, but there's a lot of people that are. And the UFC definitely doesn't call me and check in with me to see what I like, right? They just do what they do. And Dana's a personal friend of his. I will tell you one story, though. I've covered the sport for a long time. Back in 2008, I believe, or 2009, you'll recall there was a promotion called Affliction. And Donald Trump was part of Affliction. He was a spokesman, investor, whatever. They tried to put him off as someone who was involved more heavily other than to really promote it. And I remember Donald Trump, both Dana White and Donald Trump talking about this. Trump was on Howard Stern, and he said, I know Dana's not going to be happy about this, but hey, the sport's growing. And then he went out of his way to say our fighters are better and all that. Dana wasn't too crazy about it. I don't think they were as close back then, but that was 15 years ago. Anyway, Dana was so pissed at Affliction that he counter-programmed. He put a card together in 3 weeks, which culminated with James Irvin versus Anderson Silva. I don't know if you recall that or not, but that was the card that was put together in 3 weeks. It was the counter-program Affliction. And there was also animosity between Dana White and Affliction. Remember T-shirt guy, Tom Atencio? Some of it was for him as well. Sure, a little bit, please. So yeah, so that's why the times where I've heard him say he's been a loyal friend, I always roll my eyes, because I remember when he wasn't loyal, he wasn't happy with Donald Trump being affiliated with Affliction. But that was years ago. Beefs can get squashed and people move on, right? If I was kind of friends with somebody and he became prez, I'd probably be all about being his best buddy too. That's the most powerful man in the world, So I understand the card that is being played, but I also understand history and I have a memory. So there's that.
I always forget that he called him T-shirt guy.
Yeah.
Sometimes the dumbest bags are the ones that hurt the most. T-shirt
Do you have a
guy.
napkin? Oh,
Nice. We're waiting here to see this first fight get off. Taking a while, man. Only 5 fights left. The main card is starting.
remember I told you the thing starts at 7:15 Pacific?
Mhm.
And you know, to have the Secret Service there, I'm sure it's not easy to navigate either because they have to everybody has to go through a metal detector. A lot of the cornermen and production team, the media have to have their bags searched additionally. It's complicated. But in the end, it's what they want to do, and I think it brings a lot of eyeballs to the promotion. So that's why they do it. Congratulations to Mike Bond. I'm looking at the Empire State Building. He got engaged this weekend. This week,
Yeah.
he proposed to his fiance on top of the Empire State Building. This is no disrespect to any of the media people out there, but I think he's the best. I hold in high regard Farah Hanoun, Danny Segura, Nolan King, who's been nominated for the World
Best
MMA
journalism.
Awards. See a big pop there for RFK Jr. Elon Musk, man, he really likes that camera. Goes.
How do you show Jelly Roll and RFK Jr. back to back? Elon's just so awkward to me.
There's the Peruvian James on top. Brazilian Mauricio Rufy. Chicken nuggets for us over here. Chicken strips, I should say. And fries.
Brazil versus Peru. Bro, if you have an Uzi tattooed on your face, you're not messing around. I think if you're a tattoo artist and they go and somebody walks in and says, I want an Uzi tattooed on my face, you gotta say at least like, are you sure? Right? That's life changing right there.
Mm.
Dariusz from Poland says Jan Blachowicz proposed to his girlfriend up at the Empire State Building as well.
I did not know that. Megan O'Leary's going to do the interviews here for the UFC like she always does. She's part of the A team. And tomorrow she'll be on an NFL sideline. She always has to catch a red eye.
Will she be tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
Where at?
I don't know.
Because I know sometimes, like when she's on the West Coast, it's easier to catch the red eye and be at. But when she's on the East Coast, I mean, unless it's an East Coast game, right?
That's true. Sometimes when she works the pay-per-view, she may not do it. but I think she will. All right, is Rufi going to KO Jon Top under 1.5 rounds? Is being asked by Aster. Possibly, but that's where his strength is. But he trains with some great grapplers than Fighting Nerds, and a lot of people were playing the prop Rufi by submission. In fact, did I play it? I think I did. No disrespect to Peru, of course.
I've been coming at everyone. Peru, Jim Miller. Feel like a sellout. Why is it that when they do Peru's flag like that, they never put that middle part?
Good question. Wait, that lost?
First fight of the night here.
Oh, okay.
Should be I think it's gonna end quickly.
UFC got a win over Nebraska. Do you think there's going to be a lot of Fighting Nerds glasses?
I think so.
I do have Rufi by submission at plus 825. And he's walking out right now to the octagon. First fight of 5 here on the main card.
Why doesn't Kyle Bahayo have him on? He's got regular glasses on.
Good question.
Man, I'm no disrespect to these two guys, and I actually think there'll be an exciting finish to this one. But when you have a big pay-per-view like this, the heavyweight champion, I think you need a little bit more pop to start that card.
I agree. Lightweights. Isn't that what Dan Tom says?
Mm-hmm. George, you know that Starbucks we had to start the card off?
Yeah.
Is you okay?
I did have a moment, but yeah, I'm okay.
Remember what happened to you in Brazil?
Uh-huh.
That may happen to me on this broadcast if I'm not. I don't know
On your
what
toes?
was in that thing. Huh?
If you're not on your toes.
Yeah. So if you see me disappear.
All right.
Is that Kevin from The Office behind him? Yeah, like.
And P from Austria is back there too.
I wonder
the
how
nail
many...
thing again. I mean, come on, man, get your shit together. All this thing they have. Okay, the UFC has this monster team. Dana says he'll put his team up against anyone. There's like 350 of them.
I think that's
When they
worse.
come in and say, sign the poster, do this deal in front of the camera, tell us your name so John Anna can pronounce it correctly. You know, put these gloves on. Which ones do you want? Here's your kid. Here's this. Here's that. Can't someone just go, hey, before you go, let me look at your fucking nails. This job sucks, but it's my job to look at your nails. You look at them and go, cut them right now. You know, or whatever. Even before they get to that, they're cutting their nails there. The other guy was getting his nails cut inside the octagon. What the hell's going on with this commission in New York?
I think they left it even worse. You know, if you don't file that down, that's what's costed people's eyes before, is that little ridge that you leave there.
Does that happen to Jon Jones's coach?
Yeah. Quick shout out, 8J in Vegas watching live. See you tomorrow, little buddy. Jeff Ramirez in the mean streets of Santa Ana watching, as well as Rodney Briseño. Can't mess with those two guys. Both grew up in the mean streets of Santa Ana, California. Scrapping at Super Antojitos.
What up, Daytona Green? Michael Chandler is not our landlord anymore. He sold a house in, oh boy, about 6 years ago? Something like that. 4 years ago? No, 6 years ago. Something like that. And he bought a house in Nashville, Tennessee. I think he wishes he would have held on to it. But at the time,
he bought one in San Diego first, no?
I'm not sure if he bought that one. Maybe.
Oh.
But this one he bought really, really cheap. But we don't know that, right? When you sell, sometimes you sell just in time and the housing dips. Other times it takes off and you're like, what the hell was I doing? But yeah, Michael Chandler used to be our landlord. Dawson W wants to know when the main event is. I think the main event will be on at, what did I say? Somebody asked me this already. 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight Eastern.
I actually think it might be sooner. I feel like these fights are going to go quick.
All right, here we go. Those of you that didn't get the pay-per-view, your eyes and ears for the event. Okay, guys, tell me what the clock is at on your end. Here we go with me. 4:57, 56, 55, 54. How about you?
I'm still staring at them waiting to start.
Okay.
I am at 57, 56, 55, 54, 53.
I'm trying to pause game, but I've been bad at this. I wind up behind you. 38, 37, 36, 35. Now you're on mute.
I'm 29, 28, 27. Okay. Lazy kick thrown out there. They're not doing much.
The Peruvian is in red trunks and the Brazilian's in yellow trunks. How about Mike Tyson doing that interview bare ass naked yesterday?
That was hilarious.
With his own son. You'd think his son was at 8 pops. Is he tripping or what?
Well, he's probably thinking, like, why would they be filming me walking away like that?
Maybe, but still.
Usually they just cut, no?
It was funny. Nice stiff jab by Rufy. 340 here left in round 1. Jan Top kicked him back. Rufy stands out there with his chin out a little bit more than I would like.
I thought he'd be more aggressive in this fight, honestly, at the start here.
Another nice jab by Rufy. A nice leg kick by Rufy.
On Top's looking a little bit more like Muffin Top now.
A little bit, yeah. Wild, too, thrown by Rufy that misses. You could tell he was trying to hit a home run. A nice jab by Rufy. Yeah, Jan Top's chubby. Nice leg kick there by Rufy. Why is this the opening bout on a big pay-per-view? I can already tell I don't like the level of fighters that we have here.
Considering they had options. Even below, you could have bumped some of those. The jab has been working for Rufy.
Oh, nice body shot by Jon Top. Nice inside leg kick there by Jon Top. Charlie Campbell is a good striker at a Longo Serra. I think him and Rufy would have been a little bit more of a show. So we'll give Jon Top a little bit of cut him some slack here. But this isn't really star power. And so far, it hasn't been an exciting fight. But Jon Top just got a piece of Rufy here, backed him up. Nice jab by Rufy. 154, 153, 152, 151, 150 left here in round one. Nice calf kick by Rufy. Another one by Rufy.
Caused him to switch stances for a second.
Jon Top's leg kicks are so slow. But to be fair, he'd be probably in better shape, I guess. But it does look like he's not shy about putting away Lomo Saltados. Oh, nice punch by Rufy. It was like a counter body shot.
The referee needs to tell Rufy to close those hands. Like, there's going to be an eye poke if he keeps doing that.
And his hands are low. You better be careful. It's sloppy, and it might lead to a wild finish. I will say that. And sometimes the crowd is really only there for Jones and Miocic, Chandler. Well, yeah, those fingers are sticking out for Rufy. Actually, Jon Top's doing it now too. But the crowd's only there for the top 4 fighters. Anything else they get is a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll cheer if there's a wild finish here. But when they stall, boy, does the crowd just then really get frustrated. And Rufy just hurt Jon Top and went for a wild kick, a spinning kick. And now he's thrown off, and now Jon Top landed a nice body shot, but he threw a nice cross. Upward elbow by Rufy was nice, but it missed, I think.
It's terrible fight IQ. I think he had him hurt. I think he could have pressed him a little bit more.
Kick to the body by Jon Top. Spinning back kick by Rufy. Beautiful. You know, Rogan liked that he's a big black belt in Taekwondo. First round's over. Exciting. It picked up for sure. First 90 seconds weren't as active, but it definitely picked up. They're sticking with the corners here. The Brazilian's being told the Peruvian's slow. He's got a big head. Give him a straight shot. Straight shots. Walk them backwards. Don't rush into it. Nice right hand. Crowd erupts in the USA chant. For those that don't know, President-elect Donald Trump walked in about 20 minutes ago.
George, how much would I have to pay you? You know those sunshades you put on your car? If I made you one of Mike Tyson's ass, like that scene, how much would I have to pay you to use that for 3 months?
Oh, man. Give me a $500 gift card to Fanatics.
That's it? I mean...
Yeah, I don't go out that much. I think people would laugh at it.
Might have to raise that.
Jon Top with a kick to the body. Inside leg kick by Jon Top.
Look, the adjustment here, Jon Top's just got to be a little bit more aggressive at this point. Like you can't just stand at distance and take those shots. Rufy, I think he's just letting a lot of chances go by. He's not moving his head. This is MMA. If you have the advantage, you need to close. He's wasting his time with them kicks, being funny and. But Jon Top should not be the guy pushing him up against the cage right now, pressing him.
Inside leg kick there by Jon Top. 2 of them. Now they collide. Did they collide heads? They break up with an elbow by on top.
Oh.
Nice body shot by Rufy. Or did he catch him in the chin?
Yeah,
He's down on the
Got him
ground
on
now.
the chin.
Hammer fist raining in.
Jon Top's
Ref's
on the
taking a
ground right
look.
now.
Jon Top is definitely hurt. Rufy's on top. Let's see if Rufy goes for a submission. I got that submission sub or submission prop. But now they're back on the feet. Jon Top has managed to get back on the feet and is pushing Rufy up against the cage with 3:10 left here in round 2. It looked like a shot to the body, but maybe he uppercutted him and caught some of the chin.
I think he caught him right on the chin. Jon Top's left eye is now really starting to blow up. He took
A nice right hand by Rufy.
Right to that eye.
Yeah, his left eye underneath the eye is really, really moused up. It's really puffy. Jon Top goes with the shot to the body. Nice spinning back kick by Rufy.
Oh, again.
Rufy landed a nice right hand and looked like he landed right on the eye. That eye's, he may not make it out of the round, meaning if he gets back to his corner, the ref's going to have him take a look. It looks like it's Kevin McDonald's, the referee.
There's blood coming out, too, on Jon Top's face. I don't know, man. That cut and earlier tonight, they let him go. They let Amanda Serrano go. She got hit in the face with a machete.
Kick to the body there by Jon Top. And he's proving he can fight because he just landed a head kick and a body shot. But in between rounds, they put you through a series of tests. Can you follow my finger? How many am I holding up? You can't answer them or you say anything that casts any doubt as to you being able to perform. Oh, big right hand. And he hurt Jon Top. He landed it on that side of the eye, too. Now, Jon Top seems to have collected himself, but I mean, he was on shaky legs here with 134, 133 left here in round 2. Nice calf kick there by Jon Top. Rufy misses with a right. A lazy lead hook landed by Jon Top. Sorry, missed by Jon Top to the head, but he landed a decent one to the body. I think Rufy's just setting up a big right hand, and he wants to aim for that eye.
But why wait? Like, look, you just saw that elbow that Jon Top just threw. I mean, you got a wounded animal. I think you have to go after him right now.
He just wants to crack him. Nice jab there by Rufy.
He needs to put that jab right on his eye over and over and then follow up with that right hand.
Jon Top won't go away, though. Jon Top with a lazy shot to the body. He's not digging into it. Nice kick to the body by Jon Top. But none of this seems to be affecting Rufy. He just tried to grab a single, Jon Top did. Missed. 27 seconds left here.
Ooh.
They both threw a couple punches here in the middle of the octagon. Rufy getting the best of that. Rufy's just awkward, but effective. Everything he throws is really, really with a lot of heat on it. All right, the end of round 2. Now let's see how the corner treats Jon Top in between rounds. Let's see if they can clean him up.
Oof. That was the shot that put him down.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Look how worse the eye got.
The right hand is not even straight. It looks like he's a right fielder trying to throw someone out at third base. They got the end swell on Jon Top. They're doing a good job of blocking the damage. Whatever you do, do not blow out your nose. I think he could still see out of the eye, Goze. Not by much, but he can. I think if they were to give him a test, he'd pass. But it is an ugly mouse forming under the eye. I think they did a great job with the end swell. I thought it was going to be worse than that.
I was telling the story on the preview show today of Stitch Duran. I think he was walking out in Sacramento. There was a fight outside, and somebody got KO'd, and he just happened to be right there, and he was working on the fan as he was coming to. He said he kind of woke up and looked at him like, what in the world is going on right now? You imagine waking up after being KO'd in a street fight and Stitch is working on your eye?
You'd probably think it was a dream, right?
I would.
Nice jab there by Rufy to start the third round. Oh boy, this is just one of those fights where you're like, okay, at some point in time, if he's not going to win the fight, I just hope he doesn't get hurt worse. I want to see more out of Rufy with a proper training camp. See if he's got what it takes to stick around in the UFC. But I don't know. Now this is also Rufy's time to shine, right?
Yeah, put a stamp on it. I mean, Jon Top, to his credit, still coming forward, still trying to fight. Tried to get a high crotch, couldn't get it. He's fighting
Nice
with
job
one
there by
eye.
Rufy. Couple body shots there by Jon Top. What I like about Jon Top Goze is even though the eyes messed up, he's fighting, dude.
Yeah.
He looks like he's the one that's up 2-0, and he's trying to get the finish. He just touched Rufy's chin too.
It's reminding me a little bit of last night's fight where at some point, you look at Jake Paul and you go, dude, you gotta finish this fight. You gotta do something. You're starting to look bad the longer it goes. Rufy, for being as dominant as he is right now in this fight, I think he needs to get this guy out. Like, make a statement. You're the first fight on one of the biggest pay-per-views of the year. This is your moment right here.
They're all locked up right now in the middle of the octagon. Jon Top missed with a wild right elbow, but Rufy answered with a nice set of punches here. None of them landed cleanly. Jon Top is winning the strike count in this round. I think Rufy being part of the Fighting Nerds team, which has looked so good against all their opposition, right now, maybe the expectation was that Rufy would style on this guy, and that hasn't been the case. Even though if you look at Jon Top's eye, you'd go, oh, wait a minute, he's getting his ass kicked. But like I say, Jon Top's the one pushing the pace right now. I wonder if Rufy's just a little exhausted.
Could be. But he's just gotten away from a lot of the stuff that he did early on that was working for him. Oof.
Oh, that was a nice counter hook by Rufy. And a nice jab by Rufy, and a nice overhand right by Rufy. Now he's pushing Jon Top back. He's got a little swag to him. 2:10 left here in round 3. Inside leg kick there by Jon Top. Slow body kick by Jon Top. Jon Top doing a great job of bobbing and weaving, getting his hands up, and having zero luck trying to get Rufy down, though. He grabs his leg and then just puts a lazy effort to try and get him down on the ground.
Wasn't that the slowest single leg that he went for, and he actually kind of had it for a second?
It was, but that was a nice elbow he just landed.
That's how I pick up the remote control when I drop it on the ground.
Oh, nice left there by Jon Top. A nice right by Jon Top as well.
Can you imagine if he gets a finish here? He just landed a nice elbow up top. He's got Rufy up against the cage. That's not going to do him anything right now. There's only 1:17 left in this final round. He needs a stoppage.
I have never heard that last name, Jon Top, whether in Peru, the United States, anywhere.
I don't know.
Oh, nice series of punches there by Jon Top against the cage. But Rufy's got a chin on him. I'll give him that. Because he walked out of there like nothing, and he led him back to the center of the octagon. Now there's 45 seconds left here in round 1. Jon Top still just keeps crowding him and pressuring him. Rufy likes distance. He likes spinning wheel kicks, back kicks. But Jon Top's just all over it. So Jon Top made a bigger impression on me than Rufy, but I think Rufy's going to be the winner.
Yeah, I mean,
big left by Rufy lands. Rufy did have some nice knockdowns, though. I will give him that.
I think when he knocked him down the first time, he could have put him out, but he chose to do that kick off the ground.
They both salute each other, shake hands. All right, that was kind of cool.
bring Yogi up here for a little bit. This is the fool that's making all that noise. Hey, calm down. Doing a broadcast.
Yeah, Rufy's on top of the cage. Rufy's from Brazil, but he seems to have a fondness for Donald Trump. He's talking to him. Look at that, man. That was a nice punch right underneath the left eye.
I mean, he's pretty pinpoint with some of the stuff he does. All right, little guy.
So let's see what Jan Top. I don't know much about Jan Top. Do you?
No, but I know he could take a shot.
His wrestling's not that solid though.
It was just last week we saw another Peruvian.
25. His name's James Helger Jan Top Vega. Nickname Goku.
Did you hear Danny Segura's full name today on the preview show?
No.
Holy shit. I think Maria Conchita Alonso would have told him, like, you need to chill. He had like 8 names.
Danny?
Yeah. You should intro him on Spinning Backclick using his full name. I'll find out what it was.
Did not know that.
He was like Danny Segura de la Vega of Perez, Conchita Alonso. Like, he had like 8 names, dude.
He was probably just messing. $29.28 for the winner. Mauricio Rufy. Jan Top actually held his hand up like he thought he might get the call.
Hello.
Jan Top thought he came out on top.
You know what I would do if I were Rufy, George? I'd take the glasses off and put them on Rogan.
They have before. I don't know. He's done it, but I've seen him. I seen Jon Jones wearing them the other day as well. All right.
So, go ahead.
The next fight. Let's get a jump on that. Now that this one's over and Mauricio Rufy has won a unanimous decision 29-28 across all the judges' scorecards. These guys were agreed to meet at 165. Jan Top filling in for Charlie Campbell. Next fight's at 125 pounds for the women. Flyweights, Karine Silva against Vivian Araujo. Who do you like, Goze?
You know, I think Araujo's actually going to give her a better fight than what a lot of people are anticipating. However, I'm still going to go with the favorite Silva at minus 300.
Okay.
That'll be the play. How are we doing overall here?
I don't know.
We had Tybura, Onama, Jackson lost, Martinez
Boy, Rufy
lost.
didn't even come close to a takedown, B, a
Rufy
submission
won.
attempt. That was a waste of $25.
I forgot you did the submission.
All right, here's some questions from the chat while you do that, Goze. Weird, now that I'm in Chattanooga. I was going to go to Nashville 2 days to take a friend to the airport. Let's see here. You guys have any questions? Now's the time. We'll do our best to answer them. We did a Q&A earlier this week because we didn't do Spinning Backclick. All that content's on the front, or sorry, at our YouTube channel, youtube.com/MMA Junkie Video. Hit the subscribe button so you can Check out anytime content goes up. You'll be notified. And if you hit that little bell that you see next to subscribe, you'll be told when you're on live. Diego Lopez, Matt Hughes, Kamaru Usman, Holly Holm. Okay, finally, it's no longer the Republic National Convention. Jesus, show the fighters.
You gonna watch Gladiator 2, George?
When's it come out?
I have a feeling we're about to find out, but I'm pretty soon, I would think, if it's not already out. But that being said, you'd still watch it, right? November 22nd.
Who's in it?
Let's see, Denzel Washington's in it. I don't know anybody else. Bunch of gladiators. Pedro Pascal's in it. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Billy.
This broadcast needs like a big announcement, like a Hall of Fame induction or a big fight booking. Like, I don't know. Rufy on top was okay, but they're not big names. When they engaged, it was fun, but how can I put it to you? When you go to a boxing match, it's all top heavy. You're just there for the main event. If you get another co-main event, all right, great. That's expected. When you go to the UFC, their roster's so deep that you actually expect, especially on a pay-per-view, for every fight to matter. See, that fight didn't matter. Rufy versus Jon Top. Like the winner doesn't get nothing out of this. Like they just get another tough guy at some point. I want fights that are moving people up the chain a little bit, you know. Thank God we get reimbursed for these, because paying for this, it'd be like a little bit of a bummer. I'm feeling anyone that goes, I'm going to sit this one out.
Yeah, I mean, but let's just say Stipe gets the upset. At the end of the day, do you want to miss that? We're so used to, well, actually, you know, there's a new generation that's so different. But George and I grew up in a generation where you're so used to paying so much money for the main event. And that's virtually all you got. It wasn't until like the last 10 years, maybe, that the co-main has started to matter a little bit more in boxing. But even that, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely, considering you got college football and other things to watch now, NBA's going, NHL.
I'm glad. Okay, I'm glad we're talking about this, because I was going to say something earlier, and then I lost my train of thought. I guess we can't tell people how to act. Actually, this is important. Look at the schedule here. They're back in January for an Apex show on January 11th. On the 18th is UFC 311 in Los Angeles, California at the Intuit Dome. In February, I caught that they were at the in Sydney, but they're back in Vegas for UFC 313 on March 8th. The 15th is at the Apex. The 22nd is in London. Okay. The weekend they're in London, by the way, is March Madness weekend, but that's a fight night, not a pay-per-view. We can't tell fighters how to act, what to say, or whatever, but because Jones is the way he is, sometimes you wonder, is he, I don't know, is he for real? Is he being authentic? He needs someone to push him. And Miocic isn't that guy. Miocic is bland. He's from Middle America. He's a firefighter. He loves his wife, his kid, his community, and that's it, man. You're just not going to get nothing too sexy out of him. Like DC pushed Jon Jones and made it more interesting. If not for Jon Jones bringing up that Miocic pissed him the hell off, I mean, this would have not even spiced up in the last 48 hours. It was honestly at the press conference when they went to face off and Stipe stuck out his hand and Jon Jones said, "Nah, I ain't doing that." Got in his face, and then there's that video of Jones saying, don't ever talk about my kids." And Miocic tells him, "I never mentioned your kids." And supposedly Miocic was pretty heated. He had a mic on for embedded and he took it off and he was pissed because he was like, "I didn't do that." But Jones manufactured that. These guys are just past their primes. We don't know what their futures are. Jones is openly ducking the possibility of fighting Tom Masvidal. Miocic, I think win or lose is just done. So it's like hard to get really, really pumped up. Now, at the end of the day, it is a fight. It's a title fight. These are two GOATs. So you got to pay them that respect. Miocic is the greatest heavyweight of all time. Jones is the greatest light heavyweight of all time. And Jones is arguably the greatest of all time in any weight class. Let's not get started on pound for pound. That's where Dana White loses his mind. But I don't think he is right now. If he wins, he might be. But Jon Jones has only fought one time in the last 5 years. You know, like years ago, when Dana White was sounding off on Demetrius Johnson, there's a quote attributed to him saying, when you're the baddest, when you're pound for pound, the greatest fighter, you fight anyone, anytime, you're ready to go. Basically saying you should fight more, you should fight often when you're ready, you know, not sitting out. But yet he doesn't want to apply that logic to Jon Jones. He can't. Jon Jones he hasn't fought in almost 2 years. This will be the 22nd month since his last fight against Cyril Gane. And before that, I could have sworn he sat out like 3 years or something like that. It's just not much. So that's why pound for pound, none of us are feeling him. It doesn't mean he's not the baddest man on the planet. You can make an argument for that, or Tom Masvidal, or Francis Ngannou, I suppose. He's definitely not the greatest heavyweight of all time because he's only got one fight.
Mm-hmm.
If he beats Miocic, maybe. Nah, I doubt it. It would only be one title defense and one win against the guy that we say is arguably the greatest of all time. The only problem is Francis is 1-1 against Stipe, and the last ass whooping he gave him was pretty convincing. I don't know.
Can I say something about Stipe, though?
I can't wait for this fight to just happen so we know what the future is. Go ahead.
The thing about Stipe is he's a very likable person. He has a great personality. He's funny as hell.
Oh, I disagree. Do you think he's got a great personality?
He does, but this is what I'm getting
corny, man. He's corny, and he might be great at the station, and him and the guys laugh their asses off playing cards. But I'm telling you, they ask him, Stipe, how you feeling? Pretty good? Is this week special to it? Just another week? It's like,
that's what I'm getting at.
Something here.
That's what I'm getting at, though. At the station, at home, he is in the gym. He's likable. He's funny. But he doesn't translate that when it comes to MMA. And the reason why I feel like he doesn't do that, because at his core, he is a firefighter who fights in mixed martial arts. And a lot of these other fighters are the other way around, right? They're fighters first and then whatever second. I honestly don't think that he really enjoys this anymore, if he ever did. He seems like he's a big family man. There's nothing wrong with that. He loves his job. There's nothing wrong with that. But the game has just changed since he's gone away, and you have to promote yourself. On top of the UFC doing as much as they do, you have to do things for yourself if you want to sell those pay-per-views. He just doesn't do that on his part, and I think that's I mean, look, I'm not saying you got to go out there and be D-Generation X or, be nutty, but just let a little bit more of yourself come out. And I think more people would gravitate to him, but he's just so serious in interviews. He doesn't really say very much. I think it's been a detriment a little bit to his own career, being able to promote himself. I feel like if he wins tonight, I don't think he retires, George. I honestly think he'd fight one more time.
Miocic?
And yeah, and I think it might be a wrap after that, but I don't know.
Well, one
I think he does
advantage
this
for
for
fighting
himself.
again is if he becomes the world champ, he'd get pay-per-view points in his next fight
Right. And it'd be a massive fight too.
against Tom Aspinall. Yeah. I sure would love it if the UFC could reconcile with Francis Ngannou. Because Francis Ngannou already had his 2 boxing matches. I don't know if he's going to fight or box against Deontay Wilder. He already fought Renan Ferreira. I don't know if he's interested in the winner of Goldsov and the other guy. But he's 1-1 against Miocic. We all want to see him against Jones. I don't know, man. I guess we'll know more tonight. Maybe they both retire. Maybe neither one retires. Maybe Aspinall walks out and there's a shoving match. Who knows? We're a few hours away from all that. Right now we got Vivian Araujo against Karine Silva. I can't believe that it's 1 hour's gone by. We've only had the one fight. This one's starting off here at 8. I told everyone it's usually every 30 minutes. I knew we started late on the other one. So now we're here, right? And that's cool. I mean, let's see how this one plays out. But I don't know that there's many people in the audience going, fuck yeah, cool. Araujo versus Silva's about to start. This is Madison Square Garden. I don't know. I've seen way deeper cards. All right, here we go. This is the second fight of the night. Goes. So let's see if we're synced up. I think we are, right? 56,
It should be.
55, 54.
We're right on.
Okay. Araujo is in the red corner, and she's fighting with the blue attire. She's got the blue shorts on with the blue, yellow top with the yellow. Yeah. And Karine Silva is wearing black. She's in the blue corner.
Man, they look very similar. Should they not be? Have they not been wearing different colors?
Audience is quiet.
I mean, chances are we're going to see another fight go 3 rounds here, right? It's very possible. I hope they don't take the wind out of this card. Araujo had a nice right hand coming in.
Lazy kick there by Silva.
Yeah, and her hands went way low when she threw it. I was surprised at these odds.
And you know what? I'm wondering, why isn't there a Dakota Ditchova coming through the United States? Just someone that's an awesome kickboxer or Muay Thai specialist that's as destructive as her. She might be the most exciting female fighter, man. That's no disrespect to Zhang Wei Li, to Juliana Pena, to Valentina Shevchenko. She's exciting. She's going to be fighting for PFL in a few weeks. She's actually fighting Tyler Santos, who went to a decision against Valentina Shevchenko a few years back. Tyler Santos is now at the PFL. They're in the finals. I'm really looking forward to that fight. We interviewed Tyler Santos the other day. In fact, her interview will be on this channel here soon, if it's not already up. She was on there with her little daughter, Gloria. And I told her so. I go, that's one of the fights I'm really looking forward to. What I held back from saying is, I'm sorry, but in my eyes, Ditchova's the A side.
Silva landed a nice,
exciting.
Nice right hand. It was returned, but I think she kind of backed Araujo off a little bit. Yeah, Ditchova's got it all. And you know, how do you not improve in that gym?
Yeah. She makes it look so easy too. She's British, for those of you that are wondering, fighting out of Manchester, England. You got to check her out. In fact, the next card is not a pay-per-view. It's on ESPN Plus. But the PFL finals will just be on ESPN Plus out of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. A bunch of leg kicks here. No big strikes have landed. These ladies are just, well, I take it back. Araujo just landed it right. But it's really a lackluster fight. This could have been Jackson Miller goes. At least Miller's someone, you know?
Right. Nice left hand by Araujo. There's just not a... Nobody looks like they're trying to finish the fight. This looks like a sparring session, actually.
Mm-hmm. Now there's 45 seconds left here in round one. Basically, it's Araujo on the warning track, back against the cage. She circles around, mostly to her right. Silva did catch her now with a left. Kind of hurt her a little bit. But she just retreats. Yeah, she is. Silva's now got a Muay Thai plum. And she's trying to deliver some knees, but Araujo breaks out of it. Before that, there wasn't too much going on, but that was a nice punch that was landed. A nice left by Carini Silva.
It's a little sloppy, huh, on the technique, though?
A little bit.
There's blood. Oh, hey, whoa.
Yeah, they went a little after the bell there.
Some blood coming out of Araujo's nose now. That was kind of odd. I mean, it was pretty loud. Referee was trying to get in between them.
You were being sarcastic because it's not loud at all, right?
No, I mean the horn. The horn was loud.
Oh, the horn was loud. Yeah, so they should have heard it for sure.
They could have blown that horn from the last seat up top, and I think they would have heard it in that arena. Like
I think I heard a car driving by Madison Square Garden that honked at someone. I heard that horn too. I would laugh if there was a UFC official with a jacket, bright pink or something that stood out and said UFC, and he just leaned in. Like he goes to one corner first, and then he walks around to the other corner, opposite of the ring card girl, and then he just says, "You're not up for fight of the night, by the way. Just letting you know." Something that says, "Fucking pick it up, man." I like it when the refs do it. He'll grab him by the wrist and say, "Hey, you're here to put on a show. Let's go. Don't make me intervene."
You missed the old yellow card from Pride?
Well, what I didn't like is that it took money away from them. So let's say Quinton Jackson would get 500 grand to fight. If they gave him a yellow card, they took 50 grand away.
Araujo right now is fighting off a takedown. It's got a lot of blood coming out of that nose. Silva has her pressed up against the cage. She got an underhook.
If you ever hear a Brazilian corner say, "Isso," ISSO, isso, that means that. Like that. What you just did, that. Usually you hear those corners say, "Isso," and then if they do something that's good right afterwards, they'll go, "Boa," and that means good. There you go. Did you hear it? Isso, kind of like that's what I'm talking about. That's what's up.
Oh,
nice front kick. Mm-hmm. And
Oh, it
now
was a nice
Silva
right
landed
hand.
a nice right hand. Another one.
Oh, another one.
And now she's ducks down. See, I would have stayed on top of her with the strikes. Instead, she's trying to take down Araujo, and she's successful to her credit.
She
But
held the cage.
Araujo's now recovering. And now Araujo's in a position where she's going to punch Silva because she's back to her feet. Okay, they're back up against the fence. Silva's pushing Araujo up. Araujo's defending with her back to the fence. Actually, she's got her side of her body to the fence. Silva tries to dump her, but she's unsuccessful.
Silva's got some blood coming
Now
out of
she
her
gets
nose
her.
now. This has become a very bloody fight. Both girls probably have busted noses. If you walked in right now and saw the way they looked, you'd think, oh my God, what's happening in this fight? But honestly, there hasn't been a whole lot. A lot of blood is coming out of Silva's nose, George. Oh,
Arm being threatened, armbar being threatened by Araujo. She looks like she may have it, man. Karine Silva's trying to defend on her end, but now she's stepping over.
she just
Araujo's
that was a
now
mistake.
on top, belly down. Nope. Karine kind of spun around and she might be safe. She's safe now. Wow. I mean, Araujo kind of had Silva in some trouble there. Now, I wonder how the judges are going to grade that sequence because that could have been a finishing sequence. But it doesn't make up for those kicks and those punches and that takedown from Silva. I doubt it. So you're still probably looking at a Silva round here, huh?
Araujo has an arm trapped right now. She's throwing some elbows. There, I can't even begin to explain to you guys how much blood is coming out of Silva's nose. When they separate them, George, she's gonna look like she has a red shirt on or something. Now she's going for a submission here. Going for a Darce.
Can she get it? Crowd's reacting to it. The guys are saying she's got it deep, but I think she's out of it. She needs to trap the other girl's legs.
There's going to be some pressure now.
Okay, and she's out of it. And now Araujo's on top with 32 seconds left. Can she do anything? Don't forget, 12-6 elbows are legal. She could throw some right now if she wanted to. She's hammer fisting Silva, who's on the bottom with 20 seconds left here. They're in round 2. This is the swing bout. Still 3 more fights left.
I'm not going to say the fight became good. It's just become interesting.
Yeah. Well, there was an armbar attempt, and then the Darce setup was nice. Let's see.
Look at her top. You know, if there's that much blood coming out of her nose, the back of the throat, I mean, she's probably swallowing a lot of blood too.
Araujo's corner's telling her, you got to win this round. She's got a cramp on her butt. What's she saying? Is the translator saying that? Psychologically, you busted her up. Araujo's being told the takedowns are good. Well, no, I'm going to be talking to the Silva corner. It's just that I got the captions on the other side. None of that sounded like great advice. Put it that way. As you can see, Kaya Sakura and Alexander Pantoja is your main event for UFC 310, taking place in December. It's the final big show of the year in Las Vegas. Co-main event is going to be Shavkat Rakhmonov against Ian Gary. Ian Gary is no longer fighting Joaquin Buckley. Instead, Joaquin Buckley will face Colby Covington in Tampa, Florida.
Aren't you almost more into that fight than the main event?
than the flyweights.
Yeah. If you could only watch one, wouldn't you watch Gary and Shavkat?
It's just that Gary's style of fighting, man. He kind of runs a lot.
5 rounds though, right? Aren't they making this one 5 rounds?
Hello, Adam Miller from Iowa and Illinois. Hello, Crisco Wild. What was that, Goze?
I said, I think this is gonna be a 5 rounder. So you can't run that long. All right, referee standing them both back up.
Yeah, Araujo was over her. She decided to get back up.
Oof.
And I don't think she's got the skills to knock her out or anything. I think she was better off on the ground. Yeah, it is 5 minutes. Oh, sorry, 5 rounds in the co-main event of Gary and Rakhmonov. Let's look at that card, all right? And then I'll let go of this whole thing. In that card, it was supposed to be Vicente Luque against Nick Diaz, opening bout. This one had Rufi and Jan Top. Now, Diaz fell off, and Themba Garimbo is going to step in against Vicente Luque. That's still a better fight than Jan Top and Rufi. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Fans
Mozar Evloev is fighting Aljamain Sterling. In here, we have Karini Silva and Vivian Araujo.
Not even close.
Cyril Gahn against Alexander Volkov. The other one's Paul Craig and Bo Nickel. Shavkat Rakhmonov over Ian Gary. Some might argue that fight might matter more than Oliveira and Chandler, but I don't think so because Oliveira is a former champ and Chandler's fights never suck.
Those
other guys are destined to be title contenders or title challengers, so you never know, but it's close. Where this card definitely distinguishes itself is it's for a title in Jon Jones and Miocic, but Pantoja and Asakura, the fight itself will be good. It's just they don't have the star power of a Jon Jones. But you see what I mean about 310 just kind of being a really, really nice card.
Mm-hmm.
Versus this one's just, I don't know. I give praise when it's due, but I think the matchmakers blew it here.
You got Silva on her back right now. Araujo standing in front of her. We're just waiting for the referee to let them stand. They
got that beautiful board Goze in Vegas.
What?
They got that beautiful war room in Vegas. They stare at it all the time. No one went, hey, timeout. I know we're building 310 or 311, but timeout. And New York's kind of a dud. Like, can we throw something on there? Or can we reshuffle the deck? No one thought that?
Well, honestly, you know what I think is surprising about that whole situation is regardless of you think it's top heavy or whatever, but wouldn't you be afraid if one of those fights falls off? Now you're really stuck.
Mm-hmm.
I would have thought they would have padded it, especially considering, who you got up there. I would have put more into it. Nice jab from Araujo. Silva stalking. 56 seconds left in round 3.
Nice knees there by Karini Silva, who's just the bigger, imposing body. Both weighed in at 125, 126, but Karini Silva definitely just a bigger gal. Trying to work on a single here. The significant strike count is pretty even across all the rounds. I saw Junichiro Kamijo. He's a notable judge. I'm wondering who the other two are. And I wonder how this one will be called. Fans are booing. Araujo gets a takedown up against the fence with 10 seconds left. Drop some punches or some elbows.
Anything.
Do something.
Anything. Just, oh my God. All right.
Fans are not digging this at all. I wonder who they're going to give this one to.
I think Silva.
Round 2 was okay, but other than that, I didn't enjoy myself here. Carini Silva's ranked 14 in the USA Today Sports MMA Junkie rankings.
Not really a move me up performance, right? Probably holds on to her spot.
Well, she's behind Kaylin Sermonera, who's just not fought often and been losing, so maybe she passes her. She won't pass Jasmine Jasudavicius because she's won 5 of 6, but this is assuming she wins. A lot of people feel like maybe Araujo made a fight out of this. Did Buffer tip us off? I missed it if he did.
I didn't see. Ooh.
Leone Araujo did win. Well, I'm not going to dispute it.
So it just, she could have done more.
Yeah, the significant strike count was pretty even.
She looked a little surprised.
Yeah. Good for her, but I'm telling you, the arena just could care less. Kyler Murray. Chuck Liddell. Oh, is it grappler?
Yeah, they took him from one championship. What's going on with the sphere? They didn't turn it on?
What you mean?
They had it in the background, but it didn't look on. All right, next fight. It's on you now, George. You got a decision to make.
Let's go to the odds. Bo Nickel minus 1,200. Paul Craig plus 725. I would never lay at minus 1,200 on anyone. But do I think Bo Nickel's going to win? Yes, because usually wrestling's superior to jiu-jitsu. I think if they just decide to stand, I still think Nickel has advanced a little bit more than Craig has. But I just wouldn't lay 1,200 on Nickel. If my job is to tell you who I think is going to win, it's going to be Bo Nickel. If my job is to tell you who I would bet on, I wouldn't. I would just enjoy it because I'm not going to lay 1,200. But if your bookie will allow you to bet $10, sure, take a flyer. 10 to win 72.50 on Paul Craig. That's not too bad, right? You lose 10, no big deal. You win 72.50. Okay. But you don't want to lay 120 to win $10 on Bo Nickel. I mean, I just wouldn't do that. So I guess I'll give Bo Nickel.
All right, minus 1,200. That's the play. We got to hope Asakura can make weight. If he does, he's fun, man. I mean, he's exciting. I get it. Pantoja's
I think I would have
underrated.
said, I would have introduced them to the UFC audience and made sure he could make 126 at least. I think they're really rolling the dice here.
Yeah. I think it'll be fun, though. Both guys make weight. I think it'll be fun.
Oh, they're doing what? Kron Gracie is on the main card against Bryce Mitchell. Nate
Mhm.
Landwehr against Dooho Choi.
Dooho Choi and Landwehr is a good fight to start off. Those guys are gonna throw.
If Paul Craig lands a submission, though, I'll win $284.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is Trump's favorite fighter, right? Bo Nickel.
Did he say that?
Oh, he talks about him a lot.
I thought it was Habib. I'm not kidding. I thought he once said Habib.
I think he said that, but I mean, I think lately he asked a lot about him. At the end of the day, man, he's 6-0, showing a lot of promise. He's out of a great gym, but he is 6-0. We'll see.
They asked Bo Nickel the other day, hey, about Trump. He said no comment, and he just said he was going to do his job, but he didn't really speak much of it.
I couldn't believe how big Paul Craig was in person, dude. He was massive.
Why didn't you participate in that interview again?
I was leaving. I was packing
Were you
everything up.
Putting out a fire or something? Oh, okay.
No, I was leaving to actually get this going.
He's real intense, but really cool.
Yeah,
I had
he
a great
seemed
chat
cool.
with him. Yeah.
Who do we know that lives in Allen, Texas, George? Is that Matt Wells? Or does he live in Frisco or Plano or something like that?
Plano. I don't know anyone that lives in
I
Allen,
know
Texas.
somebody that lives in Allen.
I know Billy lives in Fort Worth. Johnny Hendricks lives in Midlothian. He's a cop. He's a policeman there. And
Midlothian?
Midlothian, it's called, yeah. And then the guy that we met through before we were on YouTube, what were we on? Ustream, right?
Mhm.
Brad, the CEO, he lives in Texas, and I think it's called I forget. And then our aunt lives in McKinney. Oh, Alito, Texas is where Brad lives.
Three more fights to go. Man, I think we told somebody the co-main event was going to go off about 8:45, right?
I said the title fight was 9 Pacific, midnight Eastern, but because everything has kind of lagged a little bit, I did say give or take 10 minutes. Let's see how this one goes. Usually one of the fights ends a little soon, and then things catch up a little.
So Farah Hanoun, who did the preview show earlier, it's actually 6:25 a.m. for her right now.
Did she hit the hay and then wake up, or did she just power through?
I know a lot of times she powers through, but I hate to send her a message like to say, "Hey, you watching?" Because she leaves her phone on, so she'll literally just wake up to answer you.
Did he just come out to Mbop?
The Hanson song?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, most of you are gonna go, "What do you know about Mbop?" Because that's doesn't sound very cool from coming out of my mouth. But I used to date a little. I used to date a girl who had a little girl, and that was when Hanson was at their all-time popularity. And I mean, she drove me nuts playing this song. That's the only reason I remember it. Remember Brianna?
Yeah. I'm more tripping that I don't know. I thought Bo Nickel would come out first.
He's the A side.
I can say this because I have enormous ears, but don't his almost like Mr. Potato Head ears that you just kind of stick on?
A little bit.
You can't say that, George.
I can't. I thought you were asking me.
Only I can crack jokes like that. I have big ears. You're
But you
upsetting
asked me the
community
question.
right now.
There's Mike Brown, one of the top coaches in MMA, also a former WEC featherweight champion.
The guy next to him looks like he smelled the worst fart of his life.
You mean because of that little frown right here at the top of his nose?
That's the look I would give somebody in an elevator if they did that. Like, what are you doing?
No nonsense. Keith. What's his name? Keith what? Peterson
Peterson.
was the ref in the prep point.
He's a
I like
little
that.
nonsense.
I like it when the fighters kind of get their last minute props.
He's actually a nice guy. He's a fun guy.
Who?
Keith Peterson?
Yeah.
I say he's a little bit nonsense. A lot of people don't know this, and you're going to trip out when I see how Trump just gave him the thumbs up.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually the lead singer of a death metal band.
Keith Peterson?
Yeah.
Chris Goes Wild says, I was hoping we'd save Shavkat versus Gary for the title fight. You know, I'm glad you brought that up. Shavkat's staying on the card and he's fighting Ian Gary. Why I don't like that is because to me it sounded like Bilal could go in early 2025. Why isn't Shavkat just waiting to fight for the title? I mean, Gary's a risky fight, and I'm sure no one's scared of no one, but maybe Bilal has an injury that's going to last a little longer than we thought. Who knows? But if it's my title shot, I would just wait, wouldn't you?
I don't think I would have. But who knows? Who knows what gets said behind
Adam
closed
Miller
doors,
says,
right?
how many fights are left?
3.
There's this one and 2 more. So yeah, 3 altogether. Are we fitting to watch it on live stream? No, Yaroslav. You got to do that thing on your own, bro.
Amasov?
No, this is Yaroslav Karasev. Mark England says, got Bo, Oliveira, Stipe on the parlay. Let's fucking go.
That should pay out.
Well, Bo Nickel on the parlay, I don't know that helps the parlay's odds because he's so high, you know?
But he's got Stipe. Well, yeah, you're right.
Fight has just started. Bo Nickal wearing blue tights out of the red corner. Paul Craig, black trunks out of the blue corner. I did say Bo Nickal out of the red corner with blue tights. Okay. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do this. Yaroslav, I'm sorry.
Every now and again, Craig will throw that high kick. If he can time it right, especially with a guy like Bo Nickal, eek. Nice low kick from Bo Nickal, calf kick. See Craig kind of adjust a little bit. I think he didn't like that one.
Oh, nice overhand left there by Bo Nickal, but I think he caught the gloves of Paul Craig. Paul Craig got out of the way. Paul Craig is a big guy, like Goze said, probably about 6'3", 6'4". But he has been knocked down a lot. Very, very good jiu-jitsu game, but mostly off his back. I think Bo Nickal wants to strike and put on a little bit of a show before he resorts to his wrestling. He switched stances right now.
He submitted Jamal Hill and Ankalaev, right?
Mm-hmm. At light heavyweight. Paul Craig's chin, though, man, it does get touched. I think that's what Bo Nickal wants to do, is just put him out. He just threw a big overhand right. Paul Craig managed to turn his head and roll with the punch, so he didn't get hit too hard.
Bo's power punches are a little telegraphed just because of how far he is. He's not really closing the distance too much here.
Paul Craig just threw a body kick, but it was blocked. 254, 3, 2, 1, 250 left here in round one. Not much to report. Boy, if Bo Nickal was disappointed with his UFC 300 performance, this one isn't really that much better yet. Those were his words, folks. But let's see. All it takes is one big boom. And if he knocks out Paul Craig, all is forgiven. The UFC is bailed out because, again, we've been kind of crapping on a few of the fights on this card for it being UFC 309. New York, man, they fought for at least 10 years to get into New York. And they finally did. And they've had some great fight cards over the years. They always treat it as a special fight card. And for them to already be giving us a fight that we waited a whole year for, that we kind of weren't that pumped about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they gave us Chandler versus Oliveira. But remember, Chandler had other plans. It was McGregor. They had to kind of shove him in there. Okay, I love the fight. But the rest of the fight card,
Nickal's having too much trouble closing the distance here, George.
Scale of 1 to 10, how much would you grade this card right now so far?
C+.
I'm with you. Diaz fan says, I got 200 on Chandler for a 260 payout. 620 payout, sorry. He'll win, watch.
I'm with you, Diaz fan. The problem is sometimes that fight IQ for Chandler, he doesn't use all his weapons, but I could see it happening. I'm rooting for you.
Charles Oliveira seems to be getting the bigger pop, and he speaks a lick of English. And Chandler's pretty damn popular, but man, he hasn't been getting applause like the other guy. Nice kick to the body by Paul Craig. Big overhand left there by Bo Nickal. Just can't seem to get there. 35 seconds left. Not an exciting fight. A nice exchange there on the feet with Paul Craig, I think, getting the best of it. Bo Nickal has chosen not to wrestle. I think he could get Paul Craig down pretty easily. Paul Craig is just kind of standing upright. Paul Craig is wiry and springy, so he covers a lot of ground when he gets out of the way. So he might not be the easiest to take down, but
I think this is a Paul Craig round, George.
Could be.
Bo Nickal is going to be pissed off at himself because he just did not do very much. Imagine
I wouldn't be shocked.
having that much money on him.
I know, yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if Dan Mergliotta's the one that sweated the most out of the three in the octagon right now. There wasn't much going on. He looks a little dejected sitting on the stool, Bo Nickel.
Mm-hmm.
Is he not feeling good or what? Like, he just doesn't look like someone that's in a big prize fight right now. Paul Craig looks all right. He's standing. He's electing to not even sit. Yeah, Joe Rogan took the words out of my mouth. We need a translator just for the Craig corner, and they're talking English. Why did Nick Diaz pull out? Any specific reason given? I don't know if you saw the video earlier in the week. Nick looked like he was just out there. He was caught on camera, acting a fool, and I think there was just concerns that he might be back to partying or whatever. So he's not fighting Vicente Luque. We're hearing it's Thumba Garendo stepping in.
I'm surprised that Bo Nickel hasn't tried to catch this kick from Craig and initiate. Now he's talking trash to Bo Nickel.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
So he just threw an ugly jab, but he did land an overhand right. And Bo Nickel looks like he can hit hard, but the punches are just kind of like really, they need to be cleaned up. He's really unorthodox. He just threw a punch to the body on Paul Craig.
I mean, I know he's competed so much on the collegiate level, but this is his 6th fight in Madison Square Garden. The president-elect is like feet from him. I think right now it's looking like it's too much.
Why isn't he wrestling?
No idea.
He did lose the first round, according to some notable MMA media. Another punch to the body by Bo Nickel. Okay, looks like he looked like he walked into a hook. Oh, he looked like he just walked into a knee. Nickel. He's pushing Craig up like he wants to set him up for a takedown, but he's not going for the takedown.
This is odd, isn't it?
He just wants to strike. Nice overhand right there by Bo Nickel. But it's nice because it landed, but it's not really a beautiful punch. It's kind of a windmill type punch.
Mm-hmm. I think they're making me laugh in the chat right now. I think Paul Craig got a little too confident. I think Bo Nickel woke him up a little bit. Nice body shot from Bo Nickel.
Yeah.
244 left.
Keeps changing stances like he's some world-class kickboxer as well. He switches stances again. They're in the middle of the octagon with 224, 22, 20 left here in round 2. Kind of a boring fight, folks. Sorry. They're both upstanding, and they're pulling back punches, faking kicks, feints. They're just not really engaging. No one's hitting each other with anything of substance. And again, Bo Nickel just landed a big overhand left, but Paul Craig got his hand back, blocked it. You heard like a little bit of a thump. Paul Craig just threw 2 body kicks, but Bo Nickel has his arm there. He kind of blocked them. So no one's really hurting anybody, put it to you that way.
Bo Nickel caught a right hand coming in from Paul Craig. George, what are your live odds telling you?
Bo Nickel minus 570. Paul Craig plus 300. Fans are booing.
Why wouldn't you take Craig at that point?
Good. 32-27. Bo Nickel has outlanded Paul Craig. Now, I will say this: Paul Craig's a veteran, and he has not had to contend with any wrestling. At some point, you got to open up too.
Yeah.
Because neither guy's doing enough. So these 10-9s are going to be mysterious. Who's going to get them? It's left to the interpretation of the judges. But if neither guy's given them much, they're going to write a 10 and a 9 with whatever they feel with just as much uncertainty, but to the best of their ability. But no guy is
nice right hand.
standing up. Yeah, Bo Nickel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
He snapped Craig's head back.
20 seconds left. See a nice body kick there by Paul Craig. It had some oomph on it, but Bo Nickel blocked it.
I think Paul needs to go upstairs. He's thrown that body kick enough where I think he can get Nickel to drop his hands and react.
Bo Nickel just had a nice switch of stances, and he threw a nice punch. I think Bo Nickel won this round.
I think so too.
He actually threw some really nice punches in the last 10 seconds, straighter punches. I still think Mike Brown needs to tell him, hey, dude, we need to get out of here with the W. That's the most important thing right now. We're messing about a little bit here. Your striking experiment, we gave it 10 minutes. It's not decisive. It's not pretty. You're not damaging him. You have a strength here. It's your wrestling. Use it. I'm sure they worked staying out of triangles and all that, but I mean, unless he was just getting caught over and over or he has an injury. He is sitting on this chair, though, like something's wrong, you know?
But he's been dejected since early on in this fight.
Like maybe he's got the flu. I don't know, but
I mean, look, there's hardly any empty seats. People are there. It's just not delivering. Here we go, round 3.
okay. Bo Nickel fighting out of the southpaw stance. Paul Craig, orthodox stance. Paul Craig is hunting down Bo Nickel. Paul Craig looks like he's a good 3 inches taller than Bo Nickel, too. He just looks like a bigger guy with a bigger frame. DC saying Bo Nickel might have won the first 2, but he feels like the second round he won, and the first maybe. Bo Nickel just keeps throwing that big overhand right, and it's not pretty, and it lands, but not really where it's supposed to. But because Paul Craig is doing so little, you swing the pendulum in the favor of Bo Nickel.
To me, round 1 kind of seemed clear for Craig, but I don't know. Maybe it is up 2-0. Paul Craig seems frustrated.
Tried to clown Bo Nickel, and then Bo Nickel kind of stood there like, what are we doing? And the crowd just booed. It's so awkward right now, man. Neither one of these guys is really showman or anything like that. A decent calf kick there by Paul Craig. And what's weird is Paul Craig's the guy that paints his face the colors of the Scottish flag. He's real intense at face-offs. He's pretty well liked, actually, and he's got some decent wins. So he is the most experienced of the two. But now he's fighting a guy that's not fighting his main strength, which is wrestling. You would think he would just do a little bit more, you know, to
at least shoot, you know, do something to put it in his head. Fans are booing.
See, they're cheering Paul Craig for landing that kick to the body, but I saw Bo Nickel block it.
Well, look at Bo Nickel's left arm. It's completely red, you know, from all the kicks that he's absorbed.
Yeah.
Got a little bit of swelling on the outside of his right eye.
Another kick to the body, but it's so slow, and Bo Nickel caught it. Oh man, 2:15 left here. Nice overhand left
him.
there by Bo Nickel. Overhand right by Bo Nickel. And see, that's all it takes. And now the pendulum swinging in favor of Bo Nickel. So I'm just saying, Paul Craig being such a big underdog and not getting wrestle fucked, he has a chance to win the fight, but he's not doing nothing.
That shot hurt him, George.
Yeah, but now he's had a lot of time to recover. It's been about 30 seconds.
Look how high he's keeping that right hand now.
Bo Nickel going to the body a couple times. 1:35 left here in round 3.
I think both
outside
guys,
leg kick by Bo Nickel lands.
win or lose, they're both going to be frustrated when they watch this over.
And they're going to get mad when the fans and the media tell them so. It's like this one never-ending cycle with the fighters. Look at this. Who's supposed to get excited over this? Those fans paid good money to go to this, man. The strike count's 10-8 in favor of Nickel here with 52 seconds left in round 3.
I actually thought this was going to be a way better fight.
Me too. Nice overhand left to the body by Bo Nickel.
Now Paul Craig's fighting with a little bit of urgency, but
he looked like he wanted to, but he still hasn't thrown anything. And now he's scolding Bo Nickel. He's pointing his finger, wagging it. I don't know what's going on.
Are they chanting boring?
I don't know. The crowd's chanting something, but they literally just stared at each other for 20 minutes. Now there's 10 seconds left here in round 3. Oh, Bo Nickel landed a big right hand, left hand, couple of them. He's going to win this round. He finished a little better. Fans are booing. And Bo Nickel's not pretending he's golfing. Well, you shanked it, bud. If that was your drive. He's talking to Donald Trump. I can't imagine neither guy saying anything kind about, well, Bo Nickel's, I'm sure, congratulating Trump. I don't know what Trump's telling him.
Thanks for nothing.
Yeah, you're boring. You need to work on your craft, bud.
Wouldn't you at least ask Elon for a Tesla?
If you're Bo Nickel?
Yeah.
He doesn't even deserve the charger to the Tesla. That fight sucked, Goze. You know that? That was really a horrible fight. Both guys should be ashamed of each other.
I don't know it was that bad, but considering where they are, the magnitude of things, yeah, they didn't deliver.
Chris Goes Wild says he's assuming Craig's jiu-jitsu is great and it's easier on paper to KO him standing. I suppose, but you need to put on some sort of a show here. I mean, they've given you prime time spot at UFC 300. You didn't deliver. Here, with a higher profile name, you know, you can still wrestle and be fun. You know, you can wrestle and ground and pound someone. I mean, there's a lot of wrestlers that have gone up against some great jiu-jitsu guys and still battered them. Check out Don Fry versus Omri Batesh. I know I'm going a little old school there, but just check that one out and look at what Omri Batesh looked like at the end of that fight. None of his submission attempts helped. Maybe he's just in a fist fight, and it ain't that easy from Michael Miles. Well, I've seen a lot of fights, man, and a lot of them make it look a lot easier than this.
I just think, look, I don't think
let me hear the score. Let me hear the score. 28-27? 30-27, he won them all?
I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, they're booing the hell out of him.
Here come the boos. He's fired up about this performance.
Damn.
He's saying he's only got 6 fights. Paul Craig has 26 fights. He's still ascending upward. Well, he was more honest at UFC 300. This was very similar to that.
Look, here's what I think is odd. If somebody has no idea about mixed martial arts, you would tell them about that fight and you would say, look, this is one of the best wrestlers in all of MMA right now. And a guy with a pretty decent ground game, and you saw neither of that from either guy. Yeah, I'm just glad we're turning the page here.
Carl Anthony Towns, huh? Jon Jones.
All right, well,
man, that was
you picked it
frustrating,
right.
man. I wish he would have been a little bit more honest. I know I need some work.
You want to pick? I mean, it's your turn to pick the next one. You got that one right, so let us have it. Charles Oliveira is minus 275, and Michael Chandler is plus 210.
I'm gonna go with the underdog, Michael Chandler. I think he's gonna land that big right hand.
All right.
But if he doesn't, Charles Oliveira's got some tools, man. He's got some elbows and some knees. Oh, it could be ugly for Chandler. So it was brought up in our chat room. A lot of people don't know this, but Chandler used to be our landlord. He's a good friend of the show, good friend of ours. Maybe it's a biased pick. I don't know. But I do know that he won round 1 against Oliveira, and he knocked down Oliveira and almost finished Oliveira. So I'm not crazy either. But he hasn't fought in 2 years, and I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. I would just tell people, just watch the fight. Don't bet it. But, hey, our job is to pick the winner. All right, I'm going to go with Chandler. I'm going to roll the dice and see if we can find. The good thing is he doesn't abuse his body. He doesn't party. So all 2 years, he's been working to get better. And in his last fight, he had decent fighter IQ, whereas there has been some fights where he's a little too caught up in putting on a show and giving free shots away to his chin, and you just can't do that at this level. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick timeout, all right?
Go ahead. All right, we're seeing a vignette here for Chandler Oliveira, showing some of Chandler's highlights here in the UFC since he came over to Bellator, or from Bellator. He's been entertaining. I will give him that, but he's probably not happy with the results so far. Yeah, it's probably made good money. It's just 2 years of his life, man, been lost chasing Conor McGregor. When I think I was all for him hanging around and waiting for that to happen to a certain extent. Then it got to the point where I think a lot of us just realized Conor McGregor may never fight again. But he stuck to it. You know, so now the question is, well, how much money could he have made in that time, right? We're watching highlights from the first fight here with Charles Oliveira. People forget, like, he was right there, man. He was on the verge of capturing a title. I think with Michael, just comes down to fighter IQ a lot. Sometimes he wants to put on a show. He fights out of his comfort zone. I think a lot of times fighters forget just how afraid the other fighter is of them to a certain extent, right? You look at a guy like Michael Chandler and you go, man, guy's got great wrestling. I hope he does not shoot on me and take me down. I hope it's not one of those fights. You know, you see some of these devastating strikers, sometimes they hold back, and like a Jose Aldo, you have no idea the guy on the other side. I've talked to guys on the other side of him, and they all say, I'm praying to God he doesn't throw that leg kick. And some of them have gotten lucky and never even had to take that from him. I think you got to use your best tools. You got to do it early on. You got to plant it in the head of your opponent. Let them know this is what's waiting for you. Just think Chandler overall, I mean, he's got a good game, you know, but I think you do got to threaten with that takedown, let some other things open up. God, that Tony Ferguson KO is devastating. When we first started interviewing Michael Chandler, I'll let you guys in on a couple things here that happens with our show. A lot of time managers, trainers, they'll come up to us and they'll go, this is my dude. He's the next biggest thing. Got to get him on your show. And so early on, this is our 18th year of our show, but early on, we took the bait every single time, you know, all right. A lot of times it wouldn't pan out. So when we met Michael Chandler, it was outside of the MGM Grand, and who was it? Gil Martinez brought him over. This is Michael Chandler. He's the next biggest thing. So we kind of had that little bit of the the attitude, maybe, you know. We've heard this before, but he was so nice. He was a really good guy. We sat there and we talked to him for a while. And so sure, you know, we had him on the show and he was entertaining and he panned out, man. I mean, he had a great career over there at Bellator. And nice guy, but I'll tell you one thing, man, like he's not really changed much. He's kind of the same dude, but physically his body's been through a lot. We look at his face back then and look at his face now. Some of the wars he's been in with Justin Gaethje, with Eddie Alvarez. I remember being cage side for one of his fights with Eddie Alvarez, and those are some of the hardest strikes I've ever heard in my life. But the all-time worst was Chris Lytle and Thiago Alves. They sounded like they're hitting each other with baseball bats. Michael Chandler walking out to the cage right now. And he is in the prep point walking out with his American flag. His family, a lot of times, they travel pretty big for Chandler fights. But a lot of times, a couple members, I won't say names, they got to wait in the concourse. They just get too nervous to watch him fight. There used to be a boxer named Michael Moore back in the day. His wife would be there for the fight. She would sit down in her seat, but the second the introduction started, she would walk out of her seat and go back to either the hotel or whatever. And a couple times it didn't work out too well, especially when he fought Tyson. I don't even think she made it out of the arena before that one was over. Yes, the same Mike Tyson that fought last night. Used to be a badass. Still kind of is, though. Joe Rogan calling him a kill or be killed type of fighter. I can agree with that. We don't have too much volume there in the chat room. Are you serious? He's really walking out to Let It Go from Frozen? God, I hope I'm not getting trolled. No. Okay. I can kind of hear it. I can hear the announcers, just can't hear the music. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in tonight for this watch along. We just started adding in the YouTube component. George sees that chat room, so he brings up those. those comments, and I'm over here on the Panda side of our broadcast. But a lot of cool new bells and whistles that we're starting to do with MMA Junkie. If you guys haven't caught Overreaction, it's a show with Simon Simano, our managing editor. That's been a lot of fun. Basically, he throws out 5 topics. You either tell him if he overreacted to them or if he's spot on. And so far, we've only done people on our staff for that one. But I'm sure eventually, maybe some fighters when we do our spinning back click show, of course, on Monday. That one we have brought in some fighters and MMA notables to be part of the panel, but usually George and I are on there. This week, Mike Bond and I believe Danny Segura will be our panelists. And then, of course, MMA Junkie Radio, Season 18. That's what we are on. Oop.
Goze.
What's up?
We're having a problem with our porch light. I kept hearing a blinking sound, and I went and I can't turn it off. I just had to reach in there and turn off the light because it was like blinking really bright on and off. And even if I turned it off, it wouldn't work. So I just had to basically take it off. But it looks like it's still clicking on, off, on, off. So we might have to go to the side of the panel or the house and all that after the event.
The front porch?
Yeah.
Huh.
But whether you turned it off or on, it just kept blinking really bright. Like I had to walk up to it, just look to see where it was at and feel it and turn it off. But I kept hearing something. It almost sounded like the second clock on a clock, tick, tick, tick. And I kept wondering, is the dog out here or what's he doing or what's going on? And then I saw that. All right, Charles Oliveira going up into the octagon right now. Turns around and faces the crowd.
If Chandler still owned the house, would you have the nerve to text him right now and go, "Hey, bro, got a porch light issue"?
No. They're hugging.
Embracing. Huh.
They're high-fiving. All right. See, these two guys have earned that. They want to do what they want to do. Okay. I'm still getting the taste out of my mouth with Bo Nickel and Paul Craig. That fight was just so disappointing. Maybe he didn't think it was awful, but I mean, I most fans prefer stand-up versus the ground. But there's a lot of wrestlers that make the ground exciting. Khabib Nurmagomedov is a good example. His name came up earlier. He'd take you down, maul you, whether it was a submission or some ground and pound, but he made it exciting. He would just dominate. And, I get it, man. I get that the other guy's dangerous, but he doesn't submit everyone. Thank God this one's about to start.
You're gonna have a lot to say, huh? On spinning back click.
Mm-hmm. Gladiators, the sponsor of this fight, I think, or
Is Hospital for Special Surgery, is that where you had your knee done?
In Vegas?
Sounds familiar, yeah.
Oh, I don't remember the name.
Had some real good in and out that day.
Chocolate or something. Mark England in the chat room says, when you're terrified of your opponent's ground game, you keep it standing. But then if your striking is garbage, both parties. I've seen a lot of wrestlers take down jiu-jitsu guys and flourish. They just go out there and pound them. Are you rolling the dice? Of course you are. That's what the fight is. But just I don't know. I hit some
Well,
of those were really, really close rounds.
even then, like you would think, training at such a great gym like that, you gotta at least have 30, 40 seconds in you, where at least cement the round. Like I hear where he's coming from though, but
Wild Tiger says, I got Oliveira by rear naked or armbar round 2 or 3. Possible. Chandler's one of the fighters that really gets his back taken a lot, and he's got decent defense to it. But man, you don't want to mess around with Oliveira. He's either the leader or one of the leaders for submissions in the UFC. Let's see here. We're about to start. Charlie Olives for the chokeout, according to Mark England. All right, here we go. Come on, guys. Keith Peterson is the third man in the octagon. They touch gloves. Michael Chandler out of the blue corner with the black tights on. Charles Oliveira, who starts off with a nice kick straight up the middle, blocked by Chandler. He's wearing black tights. He's in the red corner. I think you guys both know
Chandler,
who's who at this point.
he didn't really go all out on the custom shorts, did he?
Not really. That's what I'll give Holloway and Poirier. Theirs are a little bit more distinguishable. Right now, you can't really see too much.
What's going on with Oliveira's eye?
I don't know, but Rogan's pointing that out. Oh, nice combo there by Charles Oliveira. He's so long with those leg kicks, up the middle. Right now, he's kind of touching the legs a little bit. He can do to Chandler what Chandler did to Ferguson. But I would argue that Ferguson's probably just as tall as Oliveira, and somehow Chandler got that toe up, man. I mean, he folded Ferguson so bad.
Oh, it was an eye poke.
Was that
They're
what it
showing
was?
the replay right now, yeah.
Okay. 3:45 left here in round 1. Nice leg kick there by Michael Chandler. Straight jab to the body by Michael Chandler. Nice punch to the body by Michael Chandler again. Now Charles Oliveira goes for a single. Tries to take him down, but Michael Chandler keeps his balance. Now takes out the other leg, puts Chandler down. Oh, he's attacking his leg. He's attacking his knee.
They're in a really awkward position right now.
Yeah, it looked like he
probably
wanted to
throw
go
that
for a knee
elbow.
bar right off the top. Rogan says he's going to threaten with a heel hook possibly. Chandler's on his back. Oliveira's sitting on top of him, but he does have a hold of one of his legs.
He's got one arm trapped, and then Chandler's holding onto the other arm. So he's just basically sitting on him like a Buddha.
And there's
there's
250 left here in round 1, and not much is happening. Chandler did have 2 hands on one wrist control. Let's see how he can get out of this. But I guarantee you this isn't worked on too much in the training room. Rogan saying that Chandler wants to scramble out of this position. They're up against the cage. And again, Oliveira is sitting on top of Chandler, but he does have a hold of one of his legs.
I'm just trying to get out of it a little bit here. So
Yeah.
now Oliveira has
Looks like
both
he'll be
arms
innocent.
free.
$157 left. He's like pushing up on one leg with his body. He's driving one shoulder into Chandler. But let's see what he's going to do with this. He's running out of time. Now we're down to 140 left.
Chandler's not really doing much to get out of this situation.
Oliveira's starting to shake out one of his legs. He wants to maybe mount him.
Oh, he's using the cage. He can't even have his fingers through the cage.
Chandler's using his punches to punch the side of Oliveira's head. There's 48 seconds here left in round one. This isn't enough for a 10-8 because he's had duration and dominance with no damage. Chandler is punching him in the head, but it's not enough for him to really get
back of the head,
anything
no?
out of that. It kind of looked like it could be. But Keith Peterson's right on top of the action. I'm sure he would have seen if it was.
He's doing it over and over. Now he's getting yelled at. It's been a little bit of nonsense from Michael Chandler.
15 seconds left. I don't think anything's going to happen. This was just an awkward position for him to lay on top of him. It's almost like he was in half guard, folks, but in an inverted position. So you know how usually you have, let's say, your left leg inside of the guard and the right leg on top. He had it the opposite. And so it looked like he could fall back and attack a leg, but he never did. And they just kind of sat there. But I think that's an Oliveira round. But Oliveira did look like he could take him down at any minute. He really got in under there. It was a well-timed wrestling attack. And then he swept the leg out and landed on top. I would say that Chandler doesn't look as rusty as I thought he would, but he just didn't get much going because most of this round was contested. Most of this round was contested on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't get to see full combos or anything like that. The problem is this fight card just needs something.
It needs an injection of life.
Yes. And this is the fight that's supposed to do it. We already weathered the storm of Araujo and Carini, and then Bo Nickel and Paul Craig, whatever that is that they want to tell us they did. All right, here we go. They touch gloves. Oliveira using his legs in the distance. He's kind of doing linear kicks. Now he does a nice leg kick there, right behind the knee to Chandler.
Yeah, don't forget, what's happened to Chandler in the past with those calf kicks.
Mm-hmm. And at some point, Chandler's got to uncork as well. He's very hesitant right now.
I think he's prime. Yeah.
He's setting him up by going to the body first, and then he's going to come over the top and hit Oliveira in the face.
I think,
but he's gone to the body quite a lot. And now Oliveira, he knocked down Chandler, and now he's chasing him and he's trying to take him down. I can't tell if Chandler just kind of lost his balance a little bit because I didn't see anything land really flush. Chandler just threw an overhand right, but Oliveira has such good defense. And now Oliveira chasing Chandler away. Chandler kind of runs. Not a good look, but he knows that Oliveira's on top of him, man, and Oliveira's ready to uncork. And Oliveira's just stalking him down.
That was a full-on sprint from Chandler.
It was, yeah.
3:38 left in round two. Whoa, nice right hand from
left
Oliveira.
hook and a right hand from Oliveira. Chandler with a nice right hand, not too much on it. Chandler looks like he's got the build to have the heavier punches, but boy, Oliveira throws some really hard punches, man, even with that little skinny frame. And he just kicked him on the side of the head, and Chandler ate it.
Him a little bit.
Great uppercut there by Oliveira. Now he just landed a knee on Chandler. Chandler fires back with an overhand right and an overhand left. And he's now winging him like a Mike Tyson. 3 minutes left here in round one. Left hook there by Chandler. He's kind of slowed down Oliveira a little bit. Huh?
Yeah, he's got to respect Michael Chandler.
And now Oliveira tries to go for a takedown, and he gets it.
Easily.
And he's in mount and everything. And this is supposed to be a strength of Michael Chandler. He's just not supposed to give them up that easily. Oliveira's in mount with 2:35 left here.
This is where the 12-6 elbow, George, he could do some horrific damage right here.
I mean, Oliveira has evolved like as a fighter so much. He's the one that used to get taken down. He'd flop to his back. They'd break him. But now this guy's just a bully, man. I mean, he just like grabs you and says, I'm taking you down whether you like it or not.
Mm-hmm. He landed 2 nice elbows on Michael Chandler. Michael Chandler throwing some short punches to the side of the head of Charles Oliveira. But he's not going to win the fight. He's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, Oliveira's driving one of his shoulders into Chandler's throat. Now he's posturing up. Watch out. Here comes some elbows. He postured up right now. Chandler needs to win back at least part of this mount. Get back in the half guard or something.
If they weren't so close to the cage like that, I would say Oliveira might try and go for one of those arms, but he just doesn't have the room to extend for it. But he's right here on top, and he's landing massive elbows. He just cut
big elbow by Oliveira.
Not a big cut, but it's cut.
Chandler needs to regain and get back to his feet. Oh, he's attacking an arm.
He's going to grab it.
Looks like he wants to attack an arm, but then he smashes an elbow down on Chandler. Chandler's taking a little bit of a beating here. Oliveira looked like he wanted to threaten with an arm bar.
I'm not sure if Chandler did this on purpose, but swinging to that angle was smart because Oliveira didn't have room to go for the arm bar. Oof.
Oh, another big elbow right. Oliveira right down the middle. Rogan says Chandler's getting brutalized, and he is. He needs to get out of this.
Oh, 12-6.
Another one right down the middle. It's not a 12. Well, it's like he's kind of. He's just kind of dropping like an elbow forearm, not necessarily like throwing it, downward.
The end result is 12-6. He's not bringing it down 12-6.
Right. And now we're down to the last 10 seconds, and he's smothering him. And now with this damage, he might have gotten a 10-8.
I think so.
Because
at least one judge will give it to him.
He also made him run a little bit. He had some strikes. Chandler gets up pretty quickly. Let's see. See, Chandler just kind of tripped.
Mm-hmm.
And then he lands one there. And then that knee was nice by Oliveira. Oliveira's just a complete package, man. That guy just became one of the most exciting fighters in the last 5 years, Oliveira. I still remember we were talking about military trips, and we were on that trip with Colby Covington and Paul Felder, Misha Tate, Stitch Duran, and we watched Charles Oliveira against – wait, it could have been Paul Felder. No, that was the one with Uriah Faber and Jens Pulver. Felder was fighting Oliveira in Detroit, and Oliveira was winning, and then he broke, and Felder came back and beat him. And after that, Oliveira won 10 straight and became a world champion. And we were all used to saying, man, Oliveira, he just breaks. At some point, he just breaks. But, dude, he's strong. He wrestles. He's exciting. I wish he learned just even a word or two in English. He knows nothing in English, man. Otherwise, he'd be even more popular. He actually would be one of the UFC's bigger stars. He already is. I'm talking like in the top 3 because his fighting style is so exciting.
Yeah.
Okay, they're back in the center of the octagon here. They just exchange kicks. Chandler's just bobbing back and forth like a Mike Tyson. Looks like he wants to uncork some big hooks, bouncing back and forth, but he was not throwing anything yet.
That's
Oliveira doesn't look concerned either.
Oliveira needs to get off the cage.
And he did. He threw a couple elbows. So all that work that Chandler did to back him up, and it was Oliveira the one that threw the exchange there. Yeah, DC just said it. Chandler has to let his hands go, and he hasn't. Like, this is round 3. He just kicked Oliveira in the calf, but that's not going to win him the fight. He needs to throw his hands the same way he knocked him down in the first fight, in the first round of the first fight. And now instead, Oliveira's the one that's uncorking, and he's hurting Chandler with some of these. Chandler is answering back, luckily. Now he's exposing his look. That's low IQ goes. Get your hands up. There you go. Stop putting on shows. We already know you're an exciting fighter. Try and win the fight, Michael.
I think Oliveira needs to just go back to shooting again. I mean, Chandler's leaving it open.
Oh, there you go. Chandler landed a nice overhand right, but Oliveira answered. Oliveira's got a nice, he just tried a 12-6 elbow and a jumping knee. Oliveira has a nice uppercut. Nice 1-2 by Chandler. Oliveira answers back. I mean, Oliveira doesn't even look like he's scared of the power, man. He just stands right in front of him.
Big knee from Oliveira.
Big knee from Oliveira. Uppercut by Oliveira. He's hurting Chandler. And looks like he might take him off his feet.
Chandler looks tired, like he's starting to fade. He's holding on to the fence again.
And now he's going for a ride, and he does take down the All-American. He's got 2 hooks in.
Didn't somebody have him by rear naked choke in this round?
And he's getting underneath the chin. He's got a body triangle. That's really tough to get out because he's got a long frame. Chandler does have one way of getting out of this. He extends his arms back and then twists once he's inside this. I've seen him do it a few times, and it has worked, but I've also seen him get submitted too. And right now he's going up against a tough submission guy. I don't know if he can get out of this.
This is awful for Michael Chandler.
Yeah. 2:10 left here in round 3. Keith Peterson looking to see if anybody's playing any games there with holding onto the gloves. Look like they're both talking to the ref. Can Chandler get out of this? Can he twist him? There he goes. He's reaching back. He's got this spin move that he does sometimes. And now Oliveira's throwing some elbows right to the top of the dome. Those had to hurt a little bit, especially if it was the pointy part. He still has his back with 1:38 left here in round 3. He's already won the first 2 rounds, possibly a 10-8. And now he's starting to get under the chin a little bit. No, Chandler figures it out. He's defending, but he's on the ground. And if he's on the ground, he's not going to knock him out.
And you know what?
Unfortunately.
Again, he's getting very close to another 10-8 when you think about it.
Yeah. Chandler just didn't throw enough with his hands when he had the chance, and then Oliveira capitalized, and his wrestling got it done.
He's got the body triangle again.
Unfortunately, these are 2 big names, and they were more exciting than Nickel and Paul Craig for sure. But this was going to be the fight that stole the show, and I think it's going to end like this. I don't think Oliveira is going to submit him. And
I think he's baiting him. I think he is going to get this.
There it is. Now he's under. Is he crushing the chin? No. Chandler defends.
He might take a chance here, and yeah, he let the body triangle go a little bit.
And he's still attacking the neck, but he doesn't have it. And now there's only 18 seconds left. Chandler's now sitting up at least a little bit, but he's so busy trying to protect the neck, he can't turn into Oliveira. And I think he realizes this is it. He's going to ride out the clock, and that's the end of this fight right here. And Charles Oliveira is going to win this fight. Oh, Chandler pushes him away.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean,
Goze is a 5-round fight.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting. Holy shit. Okay.
There's no way he's gonna be able to come back on the judges' scorecards. He needs a knockout, but he's not letting.
But he has a chance. Yeah, he has a chance now. He's back to his feet, standing on his feet. That's how the next round's gonna start. All right. So that changes things. So what he wanted to do was survive in round 5. That's right. This was a 5-round co-main event. Okay, but still, Oliveira is just better everywhere. On the hands, with the wrestling, with the jiu-jitsu. What I see here in these final 10 minutes is Michael Chandler's path to victory is just throwing hands. Don't even bother with leg kicks. You don't seem to be affecting Oliveira. That's just a chance for him to catch your leg Make sure he doesn't get deep under you because you have no answer for his wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to.
Even if Chandler gets the KO, George, he's just been battered so hard that it almost wouldn't do much for him, dude. I mean, this is not a great performance for him at all.
Yeah. Okay, there he did a good job of fighting off the takedown. Oliveira wanted to get the takedown right away, and Chandler did a good job there. Chandler just landed a nice left hook. He just threw another leg kick. I don't like that. He kind of gets off balance when he does it. He just needs to stay centered and ready to defend the takedown and throw hands, even if his hands come down a little bit low. But the kicks, this other guy's just so dangerous everywhere. Throw your hands, dog.
You know what it almost looks like, dude? It
Mm.
almost looks like Oliveira's the bull.
Nice left hook there.
And Chandler's the matador, and he's just running around trying to avoid him.
Oh, Oliveira lands a big knee, but Chandler lands a nice right, followed with the left. And now Oliveira kind of shakes it off.
Oliveira's playing with fire, though.
He just threw some lazy kicks. All right, reset yourself. Oliveira has a nice attack that once he presses you against the fence, he throws these beautiful knees. And he looked like he hurt Chandler. Chandler just did a wizard to stay up on his feet. Almost got taken down. There's 3:45 left here in round 4. Oliveira's now got him from the back. And he's got one leg in. They're standing. They're against the fence. And now he drags him to the ground. He shouldn't allow that other leg to come over and get a body triangle on him. But he has his back. He's taking him down. And he's trying to get the other hook in. Chandler's defending that hook. But he also has to make sure he keeps his two hands on Oliveira. Otherwise, Oliveira will get under that chin. 3:20 left here in round 4.
If there's no finish here, don't you give Charles Oliveira a performance bonus just for? I mean, I would have never thought he would have done this to Michael Chandler. He's dominating.
Pretty exciting, yeah. He's a pretty exciting fighter, dude.
Now Chandler's in big trouble.
Yeah, because now he's got his back. He's got both hooks in, but Chandler's on all fours. And if he flattens him out, that could be some trouble. Chandler really needs to create a scramble here and get out. Get him off his back. Now he's falling off to one side. He might attack an arm. No, okay. He's got both hooks in still. Got a body triangle on him.
No, not yet.
No, he does. He cinched it. Oh, now he's going in underneath the chin. Chandler defends 2-on-1. 2:23 left here in round 4. Okay, Goze. So let's assess the 2-year layoff. Does Chandler seem a little slower?
Yes.
I think so too. I don't know if it's age or the layoff. Although Chandler just almost got out of it. Oh man, he had almost gotten out of that position.
Oliveira looks so damn good.
Chandler's up on one knee. If you can just stand up and explode and turn into him, he might get out of it. But Oliveira, if he gets that other hook in right now, Chandler's going to be right back to where he started.
I think Chandler's just afraid of exposing that neck. As crazy as this sounds, he's still kind of in the fight just because whenever they stand up, Oliveira has striking with him. And when he does that, Chandler has been able to land a couple shots here and there.
This round more than others. Yeah, I agree.
So in a way, he's still kind of in it, so long as Oliveira doesn't get the submission here. He's got his back. He's going for the choke, but he can't get under the chin.
No, he's going. Oh, yeah, now he's under. Oh, now he's under. No. Oh, Chandler's trying to fight him. He's not under, but he's kind of crushing the skull a little bit. No, he's okay. Oh, now he might be under. Chandler's doing a good job fighting it off with that second hand. Okay, he's okay now. There's 45 seconds left. But, I mean, Oliveira's a backpack, man. He's got the body triangle and everything. Chandler looked like he just said something to him. But Oliveira's just in good shape, man. He attacks you from all kinds of angles, everything.
What did he say to him?
I couldn't tell. He just kind of leaned back and said something to him. Maybe nice try. Who knows?
Probably. Are there two of you?
Could be. Now they're just laying there, kind of waiting for the round to end. Not a good look for either guy. But Oliveira does look like if he's just standing, he could be dangerous for the champion, man. He's really dangerous. I mean, obviously he's dangerous on the ground, but I think Makhachev and his camp can nullify. But if he just stands, man, he's got some weapons. All right, Chandler's down to his last round.
You got to go all out here.
He told him he hurt him in the fourth, and he did. He just has to throw hands. Believe in your combos, Henry Hooft is telling him. You got 5 minutes. It's time to go. Let's go. Never gave up in there. Oliveira's camp's telling him this is the last round. Oliveira's asking him to shake out his arms. They're telling Oliveira that Chandler's dead. He's tired. Keep your hands up high when you're standing, they're telling Oliveira. Both guys are in good shape. Neither one really looked spent. Man, look at Oliveira goes.
I think of Holloway and Goze and how that knockout just kind of turned everything around. If something crazy happens here and the main event's great, they can at least turn around the fight or the card a little bit, but we'll have to see here. Chandler stalking.
Chandler bouncing around. Oh, big knee by Oliveira. He sneaks those in there, man. He just does it so seamlessly, so fluid. It was quick. It was like this quick little jab. And there he goes. He goes for a takedown, and Chandler shucked it off pretty good. But see, he's got Chandler up against the cage, and Chandler has to get that space back. He's got to answer with some strikes. Because otherwise, Oliveira is very, very good at pinning him against the cage, and he can either strike with a knee, a combo, or go for a takedown. Chandler does go for a series of punches here. None of them reach Oliveira. Oh, nice right hand there by Chandler. Nice left by Chandler.
Whoa,
nice right hand by Chandler. Oh, yeah, he hurt Oliveira because Oliveira's wincing at his eye. But now he misses wild. Oh. Can he get up? Get up. Get up. You're on top. He's on top of Oliveira. He's on top. Oh, big elbows to the back of the head, though. Oh, man, those are to the back of the head.
There's a lot to the back of it. What is happening right now?
I don't know. Those look pretty blatant to the back of the head. But the ref is there, and Oliveira's kind of grabbing him, but Chandler's now on top of him in half mount. I'm just wondering if he should just stand up and do it over again.
Yeah.
Anything on the ground is dangerous with Oliveira, but he is on top right now. And Oliveira is kind of holding on for dear life with 3:15 left. USA chants are starting to rain.
Throw that elbow. There you go.
Another elbow by Chandler. Now, if he keeps this up, he could knock out Oliveira. Oliveira's not got his legs up. Chandler's got to be careful.
Now. Big elbow from Chandler.
Chandler's better off just standing, goes. I think this is dangerous because that guy's got long limbs, so he neutralizes in many different ways, and then he stops the momentum and catches himself, whereas he actually winced at his eye and looked like he wanted to look away because he got cracked really hard.
He's setting something up here. George, am I crazy, or was there not like 10 back of the head shots in a row?
There was. 2:30 left here in round 5.
Got to be careful for that triangle.
You can't knock him out if you're just sitting here. And I think Oliveira's composed himself.
Chandler's taking a deep breath, man.
He's surviving. 2:15 left
Oliveira
there.
That's much time like that, though. He's gonna try and lock something in right now. Watch.
Those did look like shots to the back of the head, though, as blatant as it gets. I don't remember any rule change regarding that. Okay, now they stand up, and that's probably the best bet. It was Oliveira that initiated that. He pushed them back, and now Chandler's kind of stalking them. 1:45 left. The crowd's going nuts. Now the matchmakers deserve praise for making this 5 rounds. Like, crowd's loving it. It's probably the loudest the arena's been. Oh, big left there by Chandler. But Oliveira's still the one stalking Chandler. In fact, Chandler does look like he's exhausted. Now Chandler's calling on for him. I don't like when he does that. Stick to the basics. Say that you goof off, and now Oliveira snuck in there, took his back, and now he's dragging him down, and that's probably going to be the end of it right there. See, instead of doing that, Goze, bounce, get back to the center of the octagon, and you had this guy, man. Yeah, the gas tank disappeared on Chandler right there. He was really, really tired. He might get submitted here. Oliveira's trying to get under the chin, but the problem is one of the legs is caught in for Chandler in between. He can't cinch it up. But now Oliveira is definitely not wobbled, and he was wobbled for a second there.
He's in a better spot now.
When you guys hear the scorecards, it will sound like it wasn't fun, but it was fun at the end. Chandler has gotten up. Crowd's going nuts. Boom! Chandler falls back into him. I guess there was really not much he could do.
He's playing around now.
Yeah, he knows that there's nothing left there other than to do that. He's not going to knock him out that way. See, Oliveira's like, we're good. You know,
you got to be careful with that, man.
Yeah.
You want to get called for a tap.
Okay, well, the crowd went nuts. The fight was compelling in round 5. Chandler dug deep, and Oliveira withstood it. But I think Chandler's mistake was going to the ground. I think he should have just forced him to stand up and then tried to keep him, punch him.
I wonder what happens with the Secret Service when this many people stand up, when the fighter comes towards the vicinity of President-elect.
Well, yeah, that's their job, right? To take everything seriously, yeah. I'm gutted for Chandler because he came so close and he loves to perform. And I hope he's not injured. I think he looks okay. He stood up pretty good right now. That's a long time to wait, man. Oh, great kick there. I just saw that for the first time. But see, Chandler's got some big quads, man. He withstood that shot to the knee. And look, there's a big right hand that lands. Oh, did he poke him? Is that why Oliveira kind of winced?
Maybe.
Right here. See right there?
Yeah.
See, okay, we thought maybe he was saying, whoa, that was a hard shot. But instead what he's saying is, hey, you poked me after taking that big right hand. And then, okay.
Look at that, though.
He went a little wild there. I guess there was nothing Chandler could do there. It was just have some fun at the end, right?
Mm-hmm. Has every fight gone to decision?
It's a good question. No, not every fight. But you mean on the main card?
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the time Jones fight, it'll probably be 10 p.m. Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern. So I'm about 40 to 50 minutes off my prediction. But who would have known that they were all going to go to a decision? Hey, Goze, you want to check this panel in between fights?
Sure.
It'll be a second here. By the time they show the promos and walk them out, and I can stay with the audience.
Well, hold on. Let's make the pick real quick.
All right.
You took Chandler. So, fuck. Yeah, fuck it. I'm going with the upset. Stipe Miocic.
All right.
Don't listen to me, though, people.
No gloves have come off for Chandler. That's good. They're going to talk to Oliveira here. Rogan's complimenting him on the fight. What are your thoughts on the fight? Oliveira is not sucking wind at all. First, I want to thank God. I know a little Portuguese. I know he's saying something about his daughter and his son. Wants to thank New York. Thanks for all the love. Goes, the light bulb is there. I took it out. So all you hear is the flicking, flicking, flicking. Now, yeah. Well, I think I left it off, but you can hear some flicking. Now Chandler is in the interview. And him and Oliveira are saying nice things to each other. Rogan saying you're one of the top contenders in the division. This should set you up for another title. He's talking to Mick and Dana. He says, whatever's next in line, I'll be ready. But he does say he's the next one. I don't know if Rogan's going to talk to Chandler. Chandler's pacing back and forth. He gives praise to his shootbox team, says that's his team, that's his family. Gave him a nice shout out. Oh, it looks like Rogan will talk to Chandler. But hopefully that's not a retirement. Rogan's telling him that fifth round was one of the greatest he's ever seen. And he's asking Madison Square Garden if they're not entertained. Says he'd like Max Holloway for the BMF. But now he's back to calling out Conor McGregor again. The whole house? Okay. All right, that's pretty cool that they gave Chandler a chance to talk, even though he pretty much got dominated. I think I heard scores of 49-45 or something. Even one of the security guards gave him props. Rogan did tell him that was one of the most exciting rounds ever, because in round 5, he basically was getting owned, I guess, through 4 fights, and he still managed to put on a decent round 5. Now they're showing Tom Aspinall, Michael Bisping, Triple H, and Stephanie McMahon. And now they're showing Chandler talking to Trump Jr. And now, of course, we have the title fight. So it'll be Jon Jones versus Stipe Miocic, long-awaited fight between arguably the greatest heavyweight of all time in MMA, but for sure the UFC against the greatest light heavyweight of all time, bar none, any weight class. In fact, many say Jon Jones is just the greatest fighter of all time. Now he's definitely trying to add to the immortality. But of course, if he loses, that's one little kink in the armor for anybody that says, I think it's GSP or I think it's whoever else, right? Because now he would have a loss. And his campaign at heavyweight would be 1-1. But there's so many underlying stories here. Can he get a title defense and match Henry Cejudo, Amanda Nunes, Daniel Cormier? Because remember, there's been a lot of champs, but not everyone's defended both belts. Conor McGregor never defended neither belt. And Randy Couture defended both belts, I believe. But Cormier, Cejudo, and Amanda did it while owning both belts. That was pretty unique. Pajeda's won both belts, but he never defended the middleweight. And so this would be a chance for Jon Jones to join the club, right? Of having won 2 titles and having a title defense. It would also help out his legacy, I guess, as a fighter. GOAT, because he would match the great GSP with 2 titles. GSP didn't defend his middleweight title. And he would have a win over the greatest heavyweight of all time. Now, would that make Jon Jones the greatest heavyweight of all time just because he beat the greatest heavyweight? I don't think so, because he wouldn't have caught Stipe at his best, right? Let's just call it what it is. This is a past his prime Stipe Miocic, and that's why we're all kind of against it. But maybe if he smashes Miocic, there's an argument to say that he right now is the baddest man on the planet, which many people think is Francis Ngannou. Francis Ngannou left as the UFC heavyweight champ, went out and boxed, and well, the Anthony Joshua fight, he didn't look good that night, but he looked great against Tyson Fury. For an MMA fighter to go out there and take a champion to a split decision, that's pretty amazing. That's a different sport he's competing in. That's not easy to do. And then he comes back and beats Renan Fajeda, which I know you're all gonna laugh, right? Renan Fajeda, if he was in the UFC, would do pretty good. What's happening? Cormier in the middle of the octagon. DC is in the middle of the octagon, saying these guys are gonna walk the same halls as Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier. That's pretty big. Now, DC has spent a lot of time in the octagon with both of these guys. He fought Miocic 3 times and Jon Jones 4 times. I mean, he spent maybe an hour in the octagon with both of these guys. I never heard DC come out of the corner and have to say all this stuff.
Me either.
See?
Oh, that's why they're doing it.
Yes. I'm telling you, man, I've been calling this for about a year. Dana White does not like that Francis Ngannou left him. And Francis Ngannou was the baddest man on the planet. That's how Dana White promoted him. Then he goes out, holds his own in boxing. I already said all this. Then he comes back after 2 years and beats Renan Fajeda. And so that's why there's been this whole thing about if 2 guys go in the room, only 1 guy comes out. That's Jon Jones, because Dana White wants to brag to the world that he has all the best fighters in the world. And he does. He has like 95% of the best fighters in the world. It's true. Bellator and PFL and 1 championship. They all have a few guys and gals here. I think the world of Dakota Ditcheva, by the way. But the UFC is the NFL. However, for many people, they don't have the baddest man on the planet. And that's why I think they've been having this whole little deal here. I think the best result is for Jones to win because he's never lost. And if he were to dismantle Miocic, then Dana White could have an argument. It's subjective. There's no right or wrong. If Miocic wins, well, we saw what happened the last time him and Ngannou fought. Now, Miocic did send him packing the first time, but the second time was very convincing, you know. So I don't know. I don't know if Miocic wins if he's going to really be considered the baddest man on the planet. I think the better argument is if Jon Jones wins, it might be him. What are your thoughts?
Right. I think you could see through it. You know, it probably wasn't worth the try. We'll have to see. This fight can play out so many different ways. But yeah, baddest man on the planet is not being decided tonight.
I don't think so either.
And it's unfortunate.
It just looks forced. But now, okay, there's only maybe 5 or 10% of us on the planet that are hardcore fans or media or OGs or people that just get the politics involved. And there's 80 to 90% of you that are going to suck it up and say, yeah, man, fuck yeah, whatever Dana says, whatever the UFC says. And look, it's not an official title. It's really no big deal. I mean, once we're done talking about it, we talk about other stuff. What's the next fight? What's the next matchup? What's the next event? Baddest Man on the Planet is just a conversation that you have around the time of when these guys mess around, right?
Mhm.
But we, that's why this whole thing's been happening these last 6 months, because I think it just hasn't sat well with Dana. And Dana, when you back him into a corner, he fights till the end. I'll give him that. And I think that's something that's just bothered him.
Yeah, he's a person that spends most of his time telling you how little a fuck he gives about what you think, and spends the most time addressing it, and trying to change your mind.
It's as simple as this. Dana White could meet 100 fans tonight after the Madison Square Garden. Thousands of fans. After Madison Square Garden, at the Fighter Hotel, at the after party, at a steakhouse, whatever. They can sing the praises. I had a great time. I'm going to come to the next one. I love your sport. I love your promotion. I love your fighters. I love you. I follow you. This, that, whatever, right? But all it takes is one jabroni in the cab line at the airport. Hey, aren't you Dana White? Yeah. Oh, man, I just started following the sport, but dude, man, UFC is awesome. You know who I'm a real fan of, though, man? That's that baddest guy on the planet, Francis Ngannou. All it takes is that one little comment, a simple little drop like that, with the guy or gal not even intending to cause harm or talk trash, or just saying something, right? Because they don't watch all the events. They've just seen a highlight or two, or they remember a thing or two. They don't even know that Ngannou boxed or went to the field. All it takes is just something like that. Or can you make Jones versus Ngannou? Anything like that. And I'm telling you, that will hurt him more than all the praises of how great he is from all those hundreds of thousands of other fans, because he wants to win at everything. And I admire that about him, that he really wants to win at he wants to hold all the records. He's probably pissed that 7 of the top 10 gates at MSG are UFC. He's probably wondering, well, what would it take to be 10 out of 10? You have to admire that tenacity. But with that comes that, what's the word? That pettiness, of not having it all, I guess. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm guaranteeing you, when I saw DC do what he did, he's never done that before.
A lot of us, and think about how often Dana, when you ask him to do something different, he's just so against it. But I don't know, we all have a lot of those characteristics, but I think once you get like a certain amount of money, you just kind of let it go, But I don't know. I feel like this is gonna be a fun fight, though, man. I really do.
I hope so.
It's kind of scary though, because Chandler had less of a time off than Stipe, and he had his rest.
Miocic is in good shape. I'll give him that. And again, he's a firefighter, blue collar guy. I don't think he ever doesn't train. I imagine he's got a little workout room, right? All the firefighters do. I imagine they have that, but maybe he's even invested in some money. Maybe some of his guys know how to hold gloves. Like, I just don't see someone who's, not done anything for years. But he's the age that he is, 42. We'll see. We'll see what happens. He does have one hitter quitter, which is where Cyril Gane was supposed to test Jon Jones, but he never did, because they went to the ground so fast and he had poor sub defense, and Jon Jones is great at everything, except Jon Jones doesn't have one punch power in his hands, really. I mean, of course he can hurt you, right? But he doesn't have like the type that just has ended fights over and over and over, not like some of these other guys.
I think John's gonna try and lock him up right away.
I wouldn't blame him.
Stipe's got to stay in the middle of the cage. at all cost.
Here's another thing that I don't know many people have talked about. Greg Jackson's back with Jon Jones. And after Jon Jones had that incident after the Hall of Fame, the alleged assault on his significant other, I don't think it's his wife. I guess it's his fiance. I don't know. There was a point in time where Greg Jackson just said, I'm just going to go in another direction. You know, we lead our lives differently. And so Jon Jones did his camp with, I think, Cyril Gahn outside of Jackson Wink, with Brandon Gibson, with Winklejohn, no Greg Jackson. But for this one, Greg Jackson's back. So I'm glad they made up. You know, that's good. But I wonder what kind of a conversation that was, I guess. Did Jon maybe own up? Man, you're right. I really was. I really did do some wrong things.
When does he not, right? Isn't he the first one that always says, hey, am I bad? This and that. But the thing is, we don't believe him because he just turns around and does it again, right? He owns up. He just doesn't correct things.
But what did he say to Greg Jackson for Greg Jackson to go, all right, let's work together again? He had to at least acknowledge something, right?
I hate to say it, but probably the paycheck.
For Greg Jackson?
Right? I mean, look, if you have that stance, what has really changed in this amount of time?
I think Jackson would have insisted on a heartfelt apology and maybe
but he does that all the time.
I don't know. I'm just saying, hey, if you can look me in the eye and say you're really gonna try and be a better human being, then hey, I'm back with you. But because he went out of his way to have this stance, you know, but I don't know.
His specialty is looking people in the eyes and telling him he's going to do better.
I definitely don't feel it was like the biggest news out there, but when I heard that name, I just wondered. Those were his two brothers that he said hello to, his dad and his significant other. Her name's Jessie. The two brothers are NFL players. I think Chandler Jones still plays, right, Goze, or no? Or is he retired? Oh, that's right. He went off the deep end a little bit, didn't he?
He had some problems.
Yeah, with the Raiders. So he might be done. They both are Super Bowl world champions, though. Arthur won one or maybe two with the Baltimore Ravens. In fact, one of them took out my 49ers. I'm not too happy about that, but how old is he? Chandler's 34. Is he still playing? No, I think he's done. Yeah, he was arrested September 2023, and I guess he's no longer playing football. And then Arthur Jones has been retired for a while. Chandler Jones was the defensive end. Arthur Jones was a defensive tackle. Both really, really good ball players. The family's fucking loaded with talent, right? And then, of course, John's career. Amazing. And now he goes in. Let's see how this goes. Can't complain about the fight, the weight, nothing else. It's done. We're here. Let's just hope we get a great fight, some resolution. Hopefully no retirements, although I think Miocic is done after this one, no matter what.
Who's he pointing at? Oh, Trump?
I guess so, yeah.
Let me ask you something. If you were Francis Ngannou, knowing that you're probably going to get kicked out, wouldn't you still try and show up just to prove the point? Hey, look, man, these guys don't even want me in the building. That's how much they're afraid of me, of my presence and what it does. That's what I'd do.
Interesting take. You don't think they'd let him in?
No, fuck no.
I don't think they'd say, here's 2 tickets waiting for you at the window. But let's say I'm the owner of the Knicks. and I have a suite at Madison Square Garden, and I'm like, let's invite some people, right? And one of them decides to bring Francis Ngannou. I don't think the UFC can stop those people that own suites. That might have been an exaggeration. Let's just say I'm a rich guy that owns a suite. I don't think you can stop me from inviting who I want to my suite. No, when you purchase all these events, you can kind of bring whoever you want, I think.
I don't know. Sweet, maybe a little different. But I mean, I know there's fighters that can't go. One of them lives 10 minutes from here.
Tell me in the chat. I'm curious. They can't go to any UFCs?
Mm-mm.
Oh, yeah, I see that one. Okay. I just hope the winner says, yeah, that's what I fucking thought. I'm the baddest motherfucker on the planet. Now that I'm done with this fool, bring back Ngannou, bring back, I don't know, man, just act hard.
Mm-hmm.
Even if afterwards you go, all right, I was goofing. I woke up with a horrible neck injury, which reminded me that I should retire. Whatever, man. But a lot of boxers, man, they talk so much good shit when they're done. Canelo's got his typical line because they'll go, hey, Triple G's in the audience. What do you got to say to him? Hey, if he wants, I'll lace these back up. We'll throw down right now. And the crowd goes nuts. He says it in Spanish. Or Bud Crawford or Muhammad Ali back in the day, Mike Tyson, you know. You just feel like this nuttiness, you know, like they're just so willing to throw down. And a lot of times some of these guys lay eggs. All right, we're getting close here, folks. Miocic is being introduced. He's outweighing Jon Jones by 11 pounds. He came in at 248 and Jon Jones at 237. And Jon Jones still has a 4-inch reach advantage. He has an 84-inch reach advantage. And Stipe Miocic has an 80-inch reach advantage. They both are 6'4".
Oops.
Mark England in the chat room is saying Gary versus Shaftcat gonna be fire. You know, it's gonna be fun. I think it'll be good, but I didn't like the way Ian Gary ran a lot in that Michael Venom Page fight. Was it that one or the Burns fight? I don't know. He just does a lot of running, man, where it gets on my nerves. Even more than Wonder Boy. Wonder Boy at least does it in a way where he's kind of resetting. He's using a space, but boy, it can kind of get on your nerves a little bit. What's going on, Jack Greet? The fight's about to start. Christian Kraus is in the chat. Skylar H.
Is that Mike Bond sitting next to a stunt double?
Here we go, folks. The world champion here, or the UFC doesn't really call him world champion, so the undisputed champion is Jon Jones. He's fighting out of the red corner, and he's got black trunks on. Stipe Miocic out of the blue corner, former heavyweight champion. He's got black trunks on as well.
He's got to push Jon back.
Oh, Jon Jones landed a big left, but yeah, Miocic said, okay, well, here's one back. Goes, what do you add on your clock?
41, 40, 39, 38.
Seemed like you were like 2 seconds ahead of me. All right, Jon Jones is kind of pushing, throws a body kick. Miocic eats it. Jon Jones does look like he's interested in getting the fight to the ground whenever he can.
Yeah.
And he's really light, so he'll be quick.
Stipe needs to throw more.
And Stipe is really upright, in fact, leaning back. Nice inside leg kick there by Jon Jones. Outside leg kick by Stipe had nothing on it. The one by Jones was really, really nice. Stipe throws a right that Jon Jones ducks under. Now Stipe hunting with the right hand. Jones gets away from it really nice. And Jones does stick that hand out. And yes, the fingers are there, but Stipe's not stopping. They're back in the center of the octagon. 3:47 left here in round one.
Stipe's got to circle out.
Jon Jones backing him up. Jon
There it
Jones is
is.
good. Oh, there it is. Jon Jones gets him to the ground. That was easy.
It was his own fault.
And now Jon Jones is on top, throwing some elbows. Let's see if Miocic can get up. Remember, Jon Jones is really good at submissions. Jon Jones throws a big elbow. He's on top of Stipe Miocic inside his full guard with 3:20 left here in round one. Miocic trying to create a scramble, not having any luck. They're up against the fence. Miocic is throwing some elbows from the bottom. He should be more concerned about getting up. Jones is advanced into a half guard. Now he's throwing some big elbows. He hasn't cut Miocic just yet, but he is on top. And he looks like he can hold him here pretty good for a while.
I think
He's in
staying
half
from a
guard,
little bit.
and he's got Miocic pressed up against the cage a little bit. And now he's just swishing the elbows. Miocic better do something here. Because
I don't
those
like what
elbows look like they're razor tight. Oh, Jones throwing some
Big
elbows
elbows.
again.
I don't like what I'm seeing off of his back from Stipe. This is really bad.
It's basically nothing.
Yeah, it's not like Jon could pass right now if he wanted.
He's just basically pushing him with his arm. Okay, now he's got a butterfly on one end. And now Jon is standing over Stipe Miocic. This is Miocic's first chance with a little room to maybe not allow Jon to posture up and do what he's doing. But he's got to explode at some point. And this is where he's looking old, Goze.
Yeah.
Now he's in side control. And he's trying to get back up. He's turning into him, but Jon doesn't allow him. And now Jon's back in half guard. And he's now landed like his third or fourth elbow in a row. Now, look, Stipe's blocking him. But, man, Jon is just unloading him. And I know Stipe's acting like it ain't much, but they're adding up. 1:45 left here in round one. Jon Jones still in half guard on top. He just landed a nice forearm. None of them have cut open Miocic, though. I'll say that, though.
You know what I also don't like? Herb Dean is way close when those elbows are coming down, like he was ready to jump in.
Well, when he does the unanswered ones, those are the ones where, hey, you got to defend yourself at some point. But he hasn't drawn blood yet. He hasn't even lumped them up. And now he's down to 120 left here in round one. Miocic might be able to survive, but he might be taking a 10-8.
He's got like a gash on his foot, too.
And I'll tell you what, Jones didn't look like he couldn't do this again in round two. It was so easy to get him down. He's just fast and strong. But Miocic is now turning into him. Now he's back into full guard. There's 1 minute left here in round one. And Miocic isn't really doing nothing. Looks like Jon can just posture up and throw. He's not grabbing his wrist or nothing. Sneaky elbow there thrown up by Miocic from the bottom. Jon Jones on top in full guard. Now he's down to 40 seconds. He's standing over Stipe Miocic. Miocic is using his legs to kind of create some space, throwing some up kicks. Jon Jones is still smothering him. Now he's back on top.
Stipe better hold him.
25 seconds left here. If he can get out of here after some of those elbows in that early takedown, I think Miocic should be proud of himself because I thought he was going to get massacred right now. Jon Jones trying to get in a crucifix position. I don't know if he'll have enough time. He did trap one of his arms. Couple elbows sneaking in right now, and this is the end of the round. Now, Jones did use some energy here. Let's see how Stipe gets up. He's walking okay. He does have a cut on one of his cheeks now. Goes, if Jon Jones had finished Stipe with that early takedown and just threw 10 straight elbows, he'd have an argument for baddest man on the planet, because that would be the type of performance that says, hey, look, you know, I'm a pretty bad mofo here. Now, as this thing plays out, you know, we'll see. But it needed to be done quick and violently for all those that hang on to Ngannou being the baddest man on the planet. And that's a whole side plot. The title and the win's the most important thing. Go ahead.
I actually disagree a little bit. I think if it goes a little further and he does that, it's even better. Because had it happened really quickly like that, I think we all go, man, Stipe looked old, and we take away from what Jon did. But I think if he can take him down again like that, bring him down and do that again, it'll help. But the problem is, like, it's Francis Ngannou's spot right now. You know, he's got to take it away from him, and I don't know that doing it over Stipe Miocic, who's just I don't know.
Okay, they're up for round 2. Miocic is moving kind of slow, man. Maybe he's just being calm. Maybe he's just shaking off rust. He hasn't fought in a while, too.
Mhm.
Jones in almost 2 years. Miocic in like 3.5. But Jones, like I say, did look quick and strong, man, when he did that takedown. Look at
He's gotta
Miocic couldn't even get his leg up for that little inside leg kick.
But he's got to do that. Like he's got to put something on Jon every time Jon gets within range.
Oh, yeah. Look at the way Jon palms at his head. Look at that. He's getting those fingers out. He needs to be talked to about that. But that's one thing that Jon does. He just shoves that hand anytime you get a shot in, or a motion forward. Nice uppercut there by Stipe. Uh-oh.
That's what he's got to do. He's
Miocic
got to
threw a
get
right
Jon's
hand.
respect.
I think he needs to get a little dirty with Jon and poke him back or something. Because Jon's kind of bullying him. And he definitely doesn't want to get taken down. So he needs to
Jon's
go
setting that up.
lateral.
He's
Jones is
pushing
starting to
him
push him up
towards
against the
cage.
fence. Jones kicks him to the body here. Miocic circles out very nicely. Now Miocic is trying to back him up. 3:40 left here in round 2. Jab to the body by Miocic. Nothing much on it.
He's setting up that head kick, I think. And it'll land.
Miocic with a nice little combo here. Jon trying to get a hold of him. Miocic pushes him back. Nice punch to the body by Miocic. Jon Jones looks like he could be lulling him in, like he's just maybe, slowing down a little bit. That was an active first round for him.
Stipe's reaction time, though, is a lot slower.
Big elbow by
and
Jon Jones.
His hands are really low. If I'm Jon, I kick up to the head right now.
Kick to the body by Jones, and it looked like Miocic didn't like it, but he's back. He just kind of huddled down for a second, and maybe that's Jon Jones setting him up for a kick to the head. Who knows? Now they're just standing across from each other with 2:45 left here in round 2. Well, I like that the fight's playing out. I'm on the edge of my seat. This is fun. Had it ended in round 1, it would have been little, I don't know. I guess it's definitive, but you wait so long for a fight, you want to see both guys display something, right?
Remind me to ask you a question at the end of this round, all right? I want your honest opinion.
Both these guys are punching each other in the stomach, but it doesn't seem like neither guy's got much on it, man. And this isn't me somehow subtly telling you that Tom Aspinall looks like he might have his way with them if he just stood with both of these guys. It just seems slow right now. They're both in the middle of the octagon, but their strikes, I'm not seeing crisp boxing. Nice head movement there from Miocic, slipping some of Jon's jabs. Oh, nice right hand there by Miocic, sneaks in there. But Jon's always had a legendary chin. See, that leg kick's unnecessary by Miocic. Didn't do nothing.
A waste. It's really slow, and Jon could catch it and get an easy takedown.
Yeah, Jon throws an overhand left, misses. See, these guys look so slick when they hit mitts, but then once they're out there, sometimes they get out of there.
Jon's kind of playing with fire, in my opinion, right now. I think he needs to go back to trying to get this fight to the ground.
Maybe. 105 left here in round 2. Kick to the chest by Jones, blocked by Miocic. Jones kind of feints, like he wants to maybe duck in for a takedown. Miocic backed him up, but didn't uncork anything. Jon has this weird retreat where he kind of backs up, looking at you from the side of his head. And now he kicks to the body twice. Really, really nice. It looked like Miocic blocked some of it, but it also looked like some of it got through. Nice combos there from Miocic. Miocic chasing him, but he doesn't chase him all the way. Jon circles back to the center of the octagon. Now he's pushing Stipe up against the cage. Spinning back kick lands for Jon Jones. 20 seconds left here in round 2.
It's a lot closer of a round, but it's still a Jon Jones round.
Left hook for Jon Jones. I agree. If someone landed a nice combo, they could steal this round. And again, when Stipe approaches Jon and gets within punching range, Jon does a good job of just covering his face with his hand. The problem is it looks like he comes close to getting him with his fingers too. Now, to Stipe's credit, he's not complaining about it, but it does look like it's stifling him.
So let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Who wins? Renan Ferreira or Stipe Miocic?
Good question. Right now, it looks like Renan Ferreira.
And I'll throw another one at you. Had he gone up in weight a lot sooner, do you think he would have had his way with Cormier as well, again, at heavyweight?
Jon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Cormier could win rounds from him, but Jon's length really troubled DC. Let me say this, though. When Jon almost finished Miocic in round 1, you probably could ask me now who wins, Jones and Aspinall. I'd probably go, man, I think Jones might just be unbeatable. But now as this fight's playing out, I'm thinking Aspinall can beat both of these guys. But we'll see. Maybe Jon just wanted to catch his breath because he was active in round 1. He just looked a little slow, and so did Miocic. Miocic now
Stipe's going
sneaking some punches, excuse me. And Jon gets away from him. Jon can cover a lot of ground with his lateral movement. But yeah, he was chasing him down there with some punches. 4:35 left here in round 3. Jon Jones up 2017 on Paul Fontaine's card. Kevin Ielli gave round 2 to Jon Jones. Brian Campbell gave round 2 to Jon Jones. And Stipe Miocic just landed an uppercut. And he looks like he wants to come in for more. But again, Jon does a good job of pushing him away with that hand. And he stops Miocic from following up. Jon throws a big looping left. Kind of misses, but it's got something on it. But
Jon is looking a little bit more frustrated. Like it's more on his mind now. But honestly, I feel like in his head he's thinking, I can't beat Aspinall like fighting like this.
Inside leg kick there by Jon Jones is nice weapon. I think Jon.
Sorry.
Oh, nice stinging left. Oh, right hand by Jon Jones. It hurt Stipe. It hurt him. Now Jones is backing him up, but now he walks into a big right hand from Stipe. Now he's pushing Stipe up against the fence, but Stipe looked like he was wobbled. There's 3:20 left here in round 3. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I'm trying to figure out if he baited him or not. He did look hurt, but he delivered it. His eye. George, look at his eye.
Yeah.
Stipe's right eye is kind of jacked up.
Oh, nice kick to the head by Jon Jones. Now, Miocic got some of it, but still, some of it got through. Oh, Jon going with the linear kick to the knee. Nice jab there by Jon Jones. Looks like Jon Jones has kind of regained a little bit of momentum. Stipe is still trying to push him back a little bit. Stipe looks like he's a little old and tired. Inside leg kicks from Jon. Right, Jon is definitely starting to pick up some momentum. Stipe's got his back against the fence. Let's see what Jon can do with this. I'd like to see Jon with that running, jumping knee, maybe. Because Stipe does tend to duck down a little bit when he covers up. Nice left there from Stipe. Jon gets out of the way. Gets out of the way from the follow-up right hand. 156 left. Jon threw a nice jab, but Stipe slipped it. Stipe came after him, but Jon got his hand up. The fight still hasn't hit the ground. Looks like Jon wants to get it there. Stipe runs away. He fights off that takedown nicely. Nice side kick there by Jon Jones. Both guys look like they're just tired, man. This would be a huge statement, though. Jon Jones could knock out Miocic, and he really hurt him with that one punch.
Mm-hmm.
There's 115 left here in round one. Nice left from Jon Jones. See, Miocic just threw his right and didn't have much on it. And it's slow, and Jon Jones is ducking out of it. MC Biscuit in the chat says Jones's reach is exceptional. He also says Aspinall's ground game sucks. I wouldn't go that far. It's not bad, actually. MC Biscuit 327.
Stipe's doing what we all hoped Mike Tyson showed a little bit of. Here and there he's showing some stuff, but he's just older. His reaction times are way gone. Oh,
Jon Jones just hurt Stipe Miocic. He's going in for the finish, and he has finished him. Herb Dean has stopped the fight. Jon Jones wins. And now he's dancing in the middle of the octagon with a nice smile on his face, and Stipe Miocic is slow to get up.
And a spinning back kick right to the gut. It put him down, and you could see Herb Dean. He was getting in there. Couple elbows followed up.
Miocic really looked old starting from about a round ago.
Yep.
Even when he threw his right hand, Jon ate it, and I think Jon said, "Oh, if that's all you got, I can start coming into your zone." So yeah, but that said, Jon's also slowed down too. He starts with a left jab right to the eye that he had hurt. Then he throws a big right hand. And here comes the spinning back kick right to the side, right to the solar plexus. Miocic feels it, goes down to one knee. And then Jon Jones comes in and finishes on. Nice. He landed the heel. Nice left there and the right.
Look, Stipe looked old. He didn't look like he had the reactions. But what Jon Jones is doing is still remarkable. Going up in weight.
But I think Aspinall could have beat this Stipe. In fact, I think Pavlovich, maybe, because Pavlovich has also lost to Krylov since then. Looked like they just look young, man, young and fast. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, when Ngannou came back after 2.5 years, he didn't look as rusty. But again, he was doing training camps for another sport at a high level. So, and he's so big, obviously.
Dana was over there asking Stipe, how soon can you turn it around? A rematch?
Yeah. We need a headliner for UFC 310. All right. Mark England says Aspinall smokes him. Hey, can you guys in the chat room tell us who do you think wins between Jones and Aspinall? I'm curious to see some responses. So now Jon Jones has a title defense at heavyweight. And of course, he's got 11 at light heavyweight. He now ties Demetrius Johnson for most title defenses in major promotions. Remember, Demetrius had 11 in the UFC and 1 at one championship. And he still hasn't gotten his ass kicked, although he does have one technical loss on his record. Jon Jones giving praise to Stipe Miocic, says he's good, he's durable. Say Miocic is like the Terminator. Yeah, that's not on the liver. He talked about the body shot hitting the liver, but he hit him on the right side. That's not where the liver's at, but either way, it's painful. I'll tell you this much: if Jones were to defend against Tom Aspinall, even though it'd only be 2 title defenses, I might still call him the greatest UFC heavyweight ever.
Yeah.
Because if you take out Miocic and Aspinall, that's pretty impressive. As much praise as I give to Francis Ngannou, he only had the 1 title defense. There's Tom Aspinall. Instead of acknowledging Tom Aspinall, he wants to acknowledge Jesus Christ. He owes his skills and talents to Jesus Christ. Jesus loves the audience, is what he's saying. Says he won't retire.
Not going to retire.
Oh, nice, John. He says he wants to talk to Dana and Hunter. He's decided he doesn't want to retire, and if we can agree, get some contract negotiations done, I'll give you guys what you want to see. Crowd goes nuts. He thanks Donald Trump for being in the audience.
George, I think that was a smart move about the negotiations.
Mm-hmm. Folks, if you can hit the like button on the way out, that would be amazing. Hearts, hundreds, whatever. Helps the algorithm, helps us. You guys had left some nice comments there. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Goze and I also host a live show on Mondays called Spinning Back Click, along with our MMA Junkie colleagues.
Just talking to Stipe.
Every Monday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, it's live. He's talking to Stipe Miocic. Says it sucked ass that he lost. Says he's really tough. He's really good. He's one of the best of all time. Came in strong. He had hard kicks. Hats off to him for winning. What happens next for you, Stipe? He says he's done.
He's done.
He's retiring. Hanging him up, he's saying. Ooh, nice the way he put it. He says you're the most accomplished heavyweight of all time. He didn't say you're the greatest heavyweight of all time. So that's the key loss to Jon Jones. Head to head means something, you know, but he is accomplished. He had 4 title defenses, folks.
Let me tell you why I think it's smart that he said that about the negotiations. It puts the UFC in a position where you don't want another big fight to slip away because of money and negotiations, which was what we felt Francis Ngannou slipping away from the UFC, what that was all about. I think you put the ball in their court, you put some pressure on them. I think that was smart. I think it was smart to bring up
Yeah, go ahead.
Trump and God. I mean, it kind of took away from any other follow-up questions he could possibly have, but
I like that he used the right setting to acknowledge that he could fight again, because the crowd popped for that. So all the fans tonight, tomorrow, everyone that starts up post-fight shows or whatever, that's what they're going to talk about, is that this thing has life. The Aspinall possibility is strong. It's there. And that does put pressure on Dana White and Hunter Campbell. So that's good. He played that He played that card right. He doesn't come off looking like a puss because all week he kind of looked like a puss, like he was running from Aspinall. But right now he's saying he's open to it. He backed it up with a nice performance. He looked great in round 1, looked great in round 3. He kind of looked slow in round 2. I don't know, man. Like right now, what did the chat room answer? Who do they like? Aspinall or the Aspinall smokes him? Jon Jones wins. You know,
I don't know. It doesn't look good, George, because I'll tell you what I could see happening.
Aspinall's got fast hands. Go ahead.
Later on, this fight doesn't happen. Guess who Jon Jones blames? The UFC. They didn't come with what he asked for. Who does the UFC blame? Jon Jones. He's out of his mind. And that's why he doesn't fight Aspinall, George. Not because he's afraid of him, because of that. You see what I'm saying? He's kind of really good at whatever.
Yeah.
I want to see the fight. I think it'd be fun. I'm with you. I kind of feel like Aspinall would probably get him, but I think John's just tough. He's a tough out for anyone. He's awkward.
Folks, thank you so much for tuning in to our watch along. This thing went 5 hours and 30 minutes, and it's all due to you guys, and we'll definitely be back for the next one. We do all the UFC pay-per-views, so you can always count on us to be here. For those of you that elect not to get the pay-per-view or don't have access to the pay-per-view or whatever, we'll tell you what's happening in real time. That event is on December 7th, and as you all know, Alexander Pantoja will now headline that card against Kaya Sakara. He'll be putting up his UFC undisputed flyweight title up. In the co-main event, they'll go 5 rounds. Shavkat Rakhmonov will now fight Ian Machado Gary. Rakhmonov was supposed to fight Bilal Muhammad in the main event, but Bilal Muhammad got, injured. And now Ian Gary, who was supposed to fight Joaquin Buckley at a UFC fight night the following week in Tampa, Florida, stepping up will be Kobe Covington against Joaquin Buckley. And so, like I was saying, Goze, and I do host Spinning Back Click every Monday at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific here on this YouTube channel. Also on Facebook. If you want to go to facebook.com/official MMA Junkie, you can watch it live there. And of course, you can watch the replay over on our YouTube channel at any time. youtube.com/MMA Junkie video. Hit the like and subscribe button. I'm even told to say that, well, I've seen others say, if you didn't like it, give the thumbs down. I guess anything triggers the algorithm, and that's just you giving your honest opinion, and I can respect that. That's fine too. Lastly, check out Overreaction with Simon Samano. That's Tuesdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Another video franchise that we've added here on MMA Junkie. On Twitter and Instagram, I'm at MMA Junkie George. Goze is at the Goze. We host MMA Junkie Radio Mondays and Thursdays. You can catch the podcast wherever you grab your podcasts, including Googlebot podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, or Spotify, or our home location called Omni. You can also catch the Spinning Backlick show via podcast if you like that there. Any closing thoughts, Goze?
I think the card, the intrigue of the last 2 fights made up a little bit for how bland it was, for most of the night. But hey, you got to give Jon Jones his props. You got to give it to him. What value you put behind it is going to be different for everyone, right? But what he's done has been remarkable, I think.
Agreed. All right. We will see you at the next one on December 7th, or if you catch Spinning Back Click every Monday, we'll see you then. Go out and be a champion. We'll talk to you soon. See ya.